Chapter 2967. After listening to the Chaos Divine Flame's explanation, Duan Lingtian finally understood why there was a distinction between celestial methods and divine abilities at the king grade and above. As it turned out, divine abilities at the king grade and above were all divine abilities that contained the law of internal support. For example, the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, that he had mastered, was also a type of internal support technique. Previously, Hualao, the pagoda spirit of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, told me that the elementary devouring tactic is a modified version of a powerful divine ability, the advanced devouring tactic, in the Devata realms. The advanced devouring tactic is the famous divine ability of a heavenly emperor in a Devata realm. The divine ability of a heavenly emperor must be at the king grade or above. Duan Lingtian recalled that when he was still in the Devata realm, Hualao, the pagoda spirit of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, had told him about the advanced devouring tactic. Moreover, the advanced devouring tactic is definitely not just a king-grade divine ability. It might even be an emperor-grade divine ability, or an emperor-grade divine ability. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his eyes glinted. After so many years, Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh when he thought about Hualao again. I wonder where Hualao is now. In the past, when Hualao and the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda disappeared, Duan Lingtian had thought Hualao had detonated the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and all the celestial weapons in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to save him. However, due to some unforeseen circumstances, the matter had become more and more confusing. After arriving in the Devata realm, Duan Lingtian was finally able to ascertain the truth. The weapon spirit of an emperor-grade celestial weapon could not destroy an emperor-grade celestial weapon even if it detonated itself. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was certain Hualao was still alive. As for the disappearance of Hualao and the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he was certain there was an invisible hand behind the disappearance of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. I wonder what kind of law is contained in the divine ability, the Great Devouring Tactic. Could it be the law of devouring that the Chaos Divine Earth mentioned earlier? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Moreover, the law of Earth is the orthodox law of the five elemental laws. Apart from some special laws such as the law of space, the law of devouring, and the law of destruction, the laws of nature such as the law of wind, the law of lightning, and the law of ice are all derived from the laws of the five elemental laws. These were the Chaos Divine Earth's exact words. One of them was the law of devouring. Bai Gang, do you want to follow me back to the clan to receive your reward now, or do you want to wait for a while and receive it yourself? Bai Jinyue looked at Bai Gang and asked after he passed the memory immortal talisman to Huang Jialong. Vice Patriarch, I'll go back with you, Bai Gang said without any hesitation. His tone was unusually excited, as if the reward he was about to receive was far more valuable than what Duan Lingtian and Huang Jialong had received. All right. Bai Jinyue nodded. Bai Gang left with Bai Jinyue. He did not greet Duan Lingtian and Huang Jialong since both of them were immersed in the celestial methods and divine abilities they had just obtained. He did not greet Old Mo and Huang Yuanfei. Based on Old Mo and Huang Yuanfei's expressions, it was clear they knew Bai Gang was going to leave. Father, where's Uncle Bai? Huang Yuanfei asked. He did not see Bai Gang when he regained his senses. It was only natural for Bai Jinyue to leave the capital of the solitary nation and return to the Flying Tiger clan's branch family. However, why was his Uncle Bai gone as well? Your Uncle Bai has returned to the clan. Huang Yuanfei smiled. You're quite lucky to have obtained a king-grade divine ability. Even your father hasn't obtained a celestial method or divine ability that's above the king grade. Huang Yuanfei was truly happy that his son could obtain a king-class divine art. In fact, he was happier than if he had obtained a king-grade divine ability. He has returned to the clan? Why? Huang Jialong frowned. Will Uncle Bai come back? Huang Jialong asked with a hint of disappointment in his voice. Just like how Elder Mo had watched Huang Yuanfei grow up, Bai Gang had also watched Huang Jialong grow up. Thus, Huang Jialong had deep feelings for Bai Gang. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. He noticed Bai Gang's departure as well. He could sense Huang Jialong's disappointment as well. Don't worry, your Uncle Bai will return once he completes his evolution, Huang Yuanfei continued to say with a smile. It's a good thing for your Uncle Bai to return to the clan. He obtained a royal-grade celestial sword for the Flying Tiger clan's branch family, so the benefits he reaped aren't any less than the two of you. Huang Jialong's curiosity was piqued when he heard his father's words. Father, what benefits did Uncle Bai obtain? Moreover, he has to return to the clan to reap the benefits. Your Uncle Bai obtained a chance to enter the cleansing pool that only opens once every 10,000 years in the Flying Tiger clan's branch family. Huang Yuanfei's smile widened when he finished speaking. Bai Gang was his brother. The more benefits Bai Gang obtained, the happier he would be for him. The cleansing pool? Duan Lingtian was still wondering about the cleansing pool in the Flying Tiger clan's branch family when Huang Jialong's eyes lit up with joy. Father! Is this true? Huang Jialong asked excitedly. Uncle Bai. He obtained a chance to enter the cleansing pool? Yes. Huang Yuanfei nodded. That's great. That's great. When I was young, I heard Uncle Bai talk about it more than once. He said his biggest dream is to enter the cleansing pool. Huang Jialong was overjoyed. I didn't expect his wish to come true. Uncle Huang Jialong. What's the cleansing pool? Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Yuanfei and Huang Jialong with a puzzled expression on his face. Brother Duan, that purification pool is a spiritual pool that only opens once every 10,000 years. Every time, only one copper-marked flying tiger can enter. In response to Duan Lingtian's confusion, Huang Jialong took the initiative to explain to Duan Lingtian. After the copper flying tiger enters the purification pool, it only needs to cultivate in seclusion for 10 years to absorb the special energy in the purification pool. After 10 years, it'll evolve into a silver flying tiger, a peak intermediate king-grade celestial beast. The Profound Nether Mansion's branch in the Profound Nether Mansion's territory only allows copper flying tigers to enter. Silver-striped flying tigers and golden-striped flying tigers won't be able to enter the pool. It's said that there's a cleansing pool in the Flying Tiger clan in the Profound Nether Mansion's territory that only opens once every 30,000 years. The cleansing pool allows a silver flying tiger to evolve into a golden flying tiger, a peak advanced king-grade celestial beast. Huang Jialong said excitedly. In other words, when Uncle Bai returns after 10 years, he'll no longer be a peak elementary king-grade celestial beast, a copper-marked flying tiger, but a peak intermediate king-grade celestial beast, a silver flying tiger. Duan Lingtian was shocked. Now, he finally understood why Huang Jialong was so agitated earlier. As it turned out, this was how the purification pool in the Flying Tiger clan's branch was. Without a fortuitous encounter, a copper-marked flying tiger will forever remain a 3-talents celestial king. However, once it evolves into a silver flying tiger, it'll be able to break through and become a 6-combos celestial king. A 3-talents celestial king and a 6-combos celestial king were on completely different levels. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. At the same time, Duan Lingtian knew this was a great opportunity for Bai Gang to be reborn. Little Tian, tomorrow is the day of the Solitary Nation's Imperial Family's auction. If there's no unforeseen circumstances, the auction will start at night. Huang Yuanfei said as he looked at Duan Lingtian. All right, Uncle Huang. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he bade farewell to Huang Yuanfei and old Mo before he left the hall. Huang Jialong followed after him. Brother Duan, what's the name of the Earth-type king-grade celestial method you obtained? Huang Jialong asked curiously after he caught up to Duan Lingtian. Black Rock Prison. Duan Lingtian replied with a glint in his eyes. Black Rock Prison? Based on the name, it seems like the Earth-type celestial method is mainly an assist-type celestial method. It should be a restraining celestial method, right? Huang Jialong asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Although Duan Lingtian had not comprehended the Earth-type celestial method, he could roughly guess the effects of the celestial method based on its description. Once the black rock prison was formed, the gravitational force inside would be able to change according to one's will, and one could toy with the opponent imprisoned inside. Apart from that, the gravitational force could be used to control and injure people. The black rock prison could also be formed around one's body to defend against attacks. What about the wind-type divine ability you obtained? Duan Lingtian asked. He was also curious about the wind-type divine ability Huang Jialong had obtained. According to the Chaos Divine Earth and the Chaos Divine Flame, all divine abilities above the King grade were basically divine abilities that contained an assist-type law. For this reason, Duan Lingtian speculated that Huang Jialong's wind-type divine ability did not contain an attack or speed-type law profundity. It should be an assist-type law profundity. My wind-type divine ability is called the Gathering of Wind and Cloud. It gathers the wind elemental profundity to strengthen one's celestial origin energy. Apart from the wind elemental profundity, this divine ability also contains another profundity from the law of wind called the Gathering Wind profundity. The Gathering Wind profundity is a method of gathering the wind elemental profundity to strengthen one's celestial origin energy. Huang Jialong explained. Huang Jialong's words confirmed the Chaos Divine Earth and the Chaos Divine Flame's earlier words. All divine abilities above the King grade contained an assist-type law profundity. Chapter 2968. During his conversation with Huang Jialong, Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of the wind-type King grade divine ability, Gathering Wind and Cloud. Brother Duan, why don't we exchange our celestial methods and divine abilities? Give me your Earth-type celestial method, and I'll give you my wind-type divine ability. Until now, Huang Jialong still thought Duan Lingtian intended to let him have the wind-type divine ability. There's no need for that. Duan Lingtian shook his head with a bitter smile on his face. Jialong, I really want the Earth-type celestial method. Brother Duan, although I haven't come into contact with King-grade celestial methods and divine abilities, as the saying goes, even if you haven't eaten pork, you've still seen pigs run. Huang Jialong's expression turned solemn as he said solemnly, although the law of wind gathering wind profundity I've obtained isn't an offensive profundity, there are only a few profundities from the law of wind that aren't offensive profundities. The wind-type divine ability I obtained not only allows me to comprehend the gathering wind profundity, but it also allows me to comprehend the wind elemental profundity. The wind elemental profundity is the foundation of the law of wind. All other profundities from the law of wind must be based on this foundation. With a good foundation, it'll be easier for you to comprehend other profundities from the law of wind in the future. Huang Jialong paused for a moment before he continued to say, a person's energy is limited. A person's energy is limited. If you want to go further on the path of the laws, you have to specialize in one law. If you try to comprehend the profundities of the law of Earth now, spend some effort and have some achievements, and have the opportunity to obtain an offensive law like the law of wind in the future, are you going to abandon the law of Earth and switch to another law? Huang Jialong was trying to persuade Duan Lingtian to give him the Earth-type celestial method so he could give the wind-type divine ability to Duan Lingtian. Jialong. Upon hearing Huang Jialong's words, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. I plan to cultivate the laws of Earth. Even if I have the opportunity to comprehend the laws of wind in the future, I don't plan on switching to the laws of wind. Moreover, it can't be said that the law of Earth is definitely inferior to the law of wind. Don't tell me the law of Earth is weaker than the law of wind for people of the same cultivation base who have comprehended the law of wind. The laws aren't actually that important. What's important is the person who controls the laws, Duan Lingtian said. The last sentence was what the Chaos Divine Earth had told Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian had repeated it to Huang Jialong. Naturally, he felt that the Chaos Divine Earth was right. Moreover, he also knew why Huang Jialong had such thoughts. It was entirely because the laws of wind lean more towards attack and speed than the laws of Earth. Such thoughts had long since taken root in his mind. According to the Chaos Divine Earth, the reason Huang Jialong, Huan Yuanfei, and the others had such thoughts was because of this. According to the Chaos Divine Earth, they had only come into contact with a few profundities from the law of Earth. More than 80% of the profundities from the law of wind focus on offense and speed. On the other hand, only one profundity from the law of Earth focuses on offense and speed. However, the profundities from the law of wind that focus on offense and speed are not inferior to any of the profundities from the law of wind that focus on offense and speed. These were the Chaos Divine Earth's exact words. With your innate talent, it won't be difficult for you to obtain celestial methods and divine abilities that contain profundities from the law of Earth in the future. However, most of the people here won't be able to go far. It's already considered good if they can comprehend 2 or 3 profundities from the same law. Since they don't have the opportunity to comprehend all the profundities from the same law, they prefer the law of wind that focuses on attack and speed. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duan Lingtian realized something. The reason Huang Jialong, Huan Yuan Fei, and the others thought the law of wind was better than the law of earth was because their horizons were too limited. Naturally, without me, the law of wind will be more helpful to you than the law of earth. Although the law of earth has one profundity that focuses on attack and another profundity that focuses on speed, it's much more difficult to obtain celestial methods and divine abilities that contain both profundities compared to the law of wind's profundities. The Chaos Divine Earth continued to say, with me around, if you want to comprehend the law of earth through celestial methods and divine abilities, you'll be able to comprehend the law of earth at least 10 times faster than someone with the same level of comprehension as you. This is because I'm only in my 3rd form. With my help, you'll be able to comprehend the law of earth 100 times faster than those with the same level of comprehension as you. A hint of temptation could be heard in the Chaos Divine Earth's voice when it reached the end of its sentence. For this reason, boy, you'll have to help me evolve to my 4th form in the future. Duan Lingtian found it strange when he heard the Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice that sounded like an old man speaking in an old-fashioned manner. It's true. The Chaos Divine Flame and I feel the same way. The profound Divine Metal, who had not spoken for a long time, chimed in at this moment. Naturally, with my current strength, I won't be able to help you quickly comprehend the law of metal even if you obtain a king-grade celestial method and divine ability. However, once I evolve to my 3rd form, I'll be able to help you. Now, I only need a 1st form profound divine metal to reach the 3rd form. A hint of eagerness could be heard in the profound divine metal's voice when it reached the end of its sentence. With its current foundation, even a 1st form profound divine metal would be enough to help it evolve to its 3rd form. Hey! Chaos Divine Flame, I think it's fate that the 3 of us are in the same body. Why don't we rank based on who evolves to the 3rd form first? The Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in the air again. It sounded excited as it said, I'm the first one to evolve to the 3rd form among the 3 of us. I'll be the eldest. Chaos Divine Flame, you'll be the 2nd eldest. As for the profound divine metal, it's only in its 2nd form. Naturally, you'll be the 3rd eldest. I think that's a good idea. It's decided then. Hey! Did you hear that? Don't play dead. At this moment, the Chaos Divine Earth was the only one speaking in Duan Lingtian's body. No matter how much he called out to them, the Chaos Divine Flame and the profound divine metal ignored him. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Huang Jialong and returned to his courtyard. My lord. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the courtyard, he saw Lu Guanglin standing there. Lu Guanglin greeted him respectfully with bright eyes. It seems like you've stabilized your cultivation base. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Yes. Lu Guanglin nodded before he said, My lord, please forgive me for not following you around for the past few days. For the past few days, Lu Guanglin had not been by Duan Lingtian's side because he was in the final stages of stabilizing his cultivation base. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had been acting alone for the past few days. Tomorrow is the day of the Solitary Nations auction. You should rest well tonight. Come with me to the auction tomorrow. Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Lu Guanglin before he returned to his room. After returning to his room, the first thing he did was to speak to the Chaos Divine Earth in his body. Stop shouting. It's obvious that they don't want to talk to you. You sound like a child who has just learned how to talk. Do you think they'll let you be their boss? Duan Lingtian's words hit the nail on the head, causing the chaos divine earth to fall silent. After a long while, it scoffed and said, I can't control my voice. One day, I'll make them willingly acknowledge me as their boss. You're ambitious. Duan Lingtian praised the chaos divine earth. Then, he asked, as the chaos divine earth, don't you have any abilities? Senior profound divine metal can protect my soul and help me fend off soul attacks. It can also conceal my aura. According to him, as long as it evolves into its third form, it can possess my celestial artifact and strengthen its power. Senior Chaos Divine Flame can help me refine pills and forge weapons. Although I don't have a celestial fire, it can help me become a celestial alchemist and celestial weapon craftsman. Duan Lingtian intentionally praised the profound divine metal and chaos divine flame so the chaos divine earth could tell him how it could help him. Brat, you've said so much because you want to know how I can help you. Do you think I can't tell? Alas, the chaos divine earth saw through Duan Lingtian's thoughts. It chuckled and said, It's not difficult for me to help you in any way you want me to help you. You just have to promise me one thing. The chaos divine earth said. What is it? Duan Lingtian asked with a frown on his face. He did not expect the chaos divine earth to be so smart despite its childlike voice and childlike personality. Convince the chaos divine flame and profound divine metal to become my subordinates. The chaos divine earth chuckled. Forget it. I don't need your help. With your strength, you're not even worthy of carrying the profound divine metal and the chaos divine flame's shoes. How dare you think you can become their boss? Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly as he shrugged. Brat, your provocation won't work. My voice may sound childish, but my thoughts aren't. Don't treat me like a child. The Chaos Divine Earth said, slightly annoyed. You know how to provoke me? I really didn't expect you to be so smart. Alright, I'm not interested in knowing how strong you are for now. I'd like to see how you're going to help me comprehend the law of Earth. Chapter 2969. The Black Rock Prison was an Earth-type King-grade celestial method. The most important profundity it contained was the law of Earth's gravitational space profundity. With the gravitational space profundity and the black rock pillars formed by the Earth elemental profundity, the Black Rock Prison would be formed to imprison one's opponent. In order to prevent one's opponent from escaping, the gravitational space profundity would imbue the prison with a gravitational force that would affect one's opponent. In order to master the Black Rock Prison, one must first comprehend the law of Earth's Earth elemental profundity and the gravitational space profundity. The Earth elemental profundity was the foundation profundity. All king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities would have a corresponding foundation profundity. For this reason, many people called king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities the foundation of laws. If one did not obtain a king-grade celestial method or divine ability, one would not be able to comprehend a royal-grade celestial method, divine ability, or emperor-grade celestial method or divine ability. After all, royal-grade celestial methods, divine abilities, and emperor-grade celestial methods did not have a foundation profundity. If one wanted to comprehend a law's foundation profundity, one had to obtain a corresponding king-grade celestial method or divine ability. This was common knowledge in the Devata realms. Boy, I told you earlier that with my help in my third form, the speed at which you comprehend the profundities from the law of Earth will be 10 times faster than other people with the same level of comprehension. The profundities from the law of Earth I'm talking about are only the profundities from the law of Earth other than the Earth elemental profundity. The Chaos Divine Earth said when it saw Duan Lingtian was about to comprehend the law of Earth using the Black Rock Prison. What do you mean? Are you saying you can't help me comprehend the law of Earth's foundation profundity, the Earth elemental profundity? Duan Lingtian, who was meditating with his eyes closed, frowned when he heard the Chaos Divine Earth's words. Of course not. The Chaos Divine Earth said proudly. I can help you comprehend the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth elemental profundity, in one night. You have to know that if an ordinary person wants to comprehend the fundamental profundity of a law, even if they have a higher comprehension ability, they would still need at least 3 to 5 years without the help of external forces. For those with a lower comprehension ability, they might need a few decades or even 100 years. The Chaos Divine Earth continued to say indifferently. In fact, some of the more foolish ones won't be able to comprehend the fundamental profundities of a law. These people are destined to have no fate with the law. Comprehending it overnight? Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. The Chaos Divine Earth's words meant that, with the help of the Chaos Divine Earth, he would be able to comprehend the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth elemental profundity. Was the Chaos Divine Earth really that powerful? Comprehending the Earth element in a single night. Are you kidding me? Duan Lingtian asked with uncertainty. Humph! You'll find out tomorrow morning whether I'm kidding or not. A hint of displeasure could be heard in the Chaos Divine Earth's voice when it heard Duan Lingtian's words. Relax your body and clear your mind. Then, spread your divine consciousness out. I will guide your divine sense to communicate with the Earth elemental essence in this world. During this process, what you need to do is to sense the characteristics of the Earth elemental essence, as well as other things that you can sense. Once you familiarize yourself with the Earth elemental profundity, you'll be able to fuse your celestial origin energy with the Earth elemental profundity. At that time, your attacks will be much more powerful. After the Chaos Divine Earth finished speaking, it fell silent. At this moment, Duan Lingtian followed the Chaos Divine Earth's instructions and calmed down. He relaxed his body and cleared his mind before he spread his divine consciousness around aimlessly. Initially, Duan Lingtian, who had cleared his mind, did not feel anything. However, after a dozen breaths, he was shocked to discover his divine consciousness had easily penetrated the ground and entered the depths of the earth. The entire process was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Did the Chaos Divine Earth do this? Duan Lingtian was shocked when he discovered another problem. After his divine consciousness entered the depths of the earth, he could clearly hear vibrations in the air. It was as though the earth in the distance was resonating with his divine consciousness. Thump! 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 A series of vibrations that sounded like a human's heartbeat rang in the air. Thump! 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 A series of rapid vibrations rang in the air. It sounded as though thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping. The sound was so powerful that it seemed as though it could crack the earth. In the end, the vibrations were sometimes fast and sometimes slow. It was hard to fathom. During this process, Duan Lingtian discovered his divine consciousness seemed to have become one with the earth. It was as though he was carrying countless things with the earth. There were buildings rooted in the earth, plants, humans, celestial beasts, and many other life forms. There were also towering mountains and precipitous ridges that seemed to have become one with the earth. Time continued to pass quietly. Duan Lingtian did not know how much time had passed. He only knew his divine consciousness had merged with the earth. It felt as though he could sense everything in the earth. During this process, he had also familiarized himself with the earth that formed the earth. He knew the earth was not the same as the loose earth used to carry the plants. The rocks that formed the towering mountains, as well as the rocks that were harder than steel that had been formed over tens of thousands of years, were also soil. However, it was earth that had been baptized by nature for a certain period of time. At some point, Duan Lingtian discovered his divine consciousness had left the earth and entered the air. At this moment, he discovered the air was filled with earth. Even the air was filled with the aura of earth. It was a gentle, thick, and steady aura that gave people a strong sense of security. Is this the earth elemental element? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Time continued to pass. When Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, he discovered the night had already passed. The sun was rising from the east, and it shone on him through the window screen. The earth elemental element. As Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy surged out of his body, the air around him began to vibrate. Following that, rays of earth and yellow light began to shine around his celestial origin energy. Soon after, The celestial origin energy that surged out of Duan Lingtian's body transformed into khaki energy that coiled around his body like khaki pythons. The celestial origin energy that has merged with the earth elemental element is so powerful? Duan Lingtian could not help but gasp when he sensed the power of his celestial origin energy that had merged with the earth elemental element. After obtaining the earth-type king-grade celestial method, the Black Rock Prison, Duan Lingtian had a better understanding of the differences between king-grade celestial methods and celestial methods below the king grade. Unless one mastered a celestial method or divine ability that could replace a celestial method or divine ability below the king grade, one could still use a celestial method or divine ability below the king grade to fill the gap. Just like Duan Lingtian, the earth elemental element was only a basic profundity from the law of earth. In other words, after Duan Lingtian had merged his celestial origin energy with the earth elemental element, he could still use any technique he had learned in the past to maximize his strength. This was because the earth elemental element did not conflict with his celestial origin energy. With my current strength, I can defeat Jialong with just one move even without the energy from the consumable royal grade celestial weapon. In the past, Duan Lingtian had defeated Huang Jialong with just one move. However, he had mostly relied on the remaining energy from the consumable royal grade celestial weapon. After that, unless he used the consumable royal grade celestial weapon again, he would not stand a chance against Huang Jialong. Now that he had comprehended the earth elemental profundity, overnight, his strength had undergone a tremendous change. Duan Lingtian was confident he could defeat Huang Jialong with just one move. The genius Seckless cultivator from the East Ming nation defeated everyone below the celestial dukes with his heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial cultivation base. It seems like he has mastered the power of the law. Previously, I was surprised by the power of the law. However, it seems like I'm not surprised at all. Even if he has only mastered the fundamental profundity of a law and merged it with his celestial origin energy, as long as he has mastered celestial methods and divine abilities below the king grade, it won't be difficult for him to defeat everyone below the celestial dukes. After comprehending the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the earth elemental profundity, Duan Lingtian had a better understanding of how powerful the law was. Even so, that person's innate talent is extraordinary. After all, he's not even 100 years old, but he has mastered the power of the law and defeated everyone below the celestial dukes in a nation. This is not something an ordinary person can do. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Brat, do you still doubt me? Duan Lingtian was still thinking about the genius Seckless cultivator from the East Ming nation when the Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in Duan Lingtian's mind. I don't doubt you anymore, Duan Lingtian replied indifferently. However, I think if I obtain a king-grade celestial method or divine ability that contains the law of fire, Senior Chaos Divine Flame, you should be able to help me comprehend the law of fire's fundamental profundity overnight, right? This. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the Chaos Divine Earth was speechless. After all, the Chaos Divine Flame was indeed able to help Duan Lingtian comprehend the law of fire's fundamental profundity overnight. If you obtain a fire-type king-grade celestial method or divine ability, I'll help you comprehend the law of fire's fundamental profundity, the fire elemental profundity, within 3 hours. The primal Chaos Divine Flame's ancient and prideful voice resounded. Chapter 2970. Chaos Divine Flame, what are you being so smug about? The Chaos Divine Earth said angrily as soon as the Chaos Divine Flame finished speaking. If it wasn't for the fact that this brat has been using you to refine pills and is familiar with you, he would have been able to sense the fire elemental profundity. You're able to help him comprehend the fire elemental profundity in 3 hours? The Chaos Divine Flame's words belittled the Chaos Divine Earth, as though helping Duan Lingtian to comprehend the earth elemental profundity in one night was not worth mentioning. How could the Chaos Divine Earth endure such humiliation? Alas, the Chaos Divine Flame remained calm in the face of the Chaos Divine Earth's anger. The process isn't important. I only care about the results. If you want to be my boss, you have to at least surpass me in a certain aspect. However, based on the current situation, you can't even help him comprehend the fire elemental profundity as quickly as I can. How are you qualified to be my boss? A hint of disdain could be heard in the Chaos Divine Flame's voice when it spoke. You. The Chaos Divine Flame was so angry that it was at a loss for words. After all, it did not know how to respond to the Chaos Divine Flame's words. Old Flame, you're really ruthless. Little Two is such a talkative child, but he fell asleep because of you. The profound Divine Metal's voice rang in the air. It was obvious it was taking pleasure in Duan Lingtian's misfortune. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's attention was no longer on the 5 divine elements in his body. His eyes were as bright as the stars as he thought to himself, as it turns out, the Chaos Divine Flame can help me comprehend the law of fire's fundamental profundity, the fire elemental profundity. Moreover, it can help me comprehend the law of fire's fundamental profundity. Once I obtain a fire-type king-grade celestial method or divine ability, I'll be able to comprehend it. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian became excited. At the same time, he was eager to obtain a fire-type king-grade celestial method or divine ability in the near future. The royal auction will only be held when night falls. Let's take a look around the solitary nation's royal palace. Let's go to the library first. When Duan Lingtian remembered the imperial family's auction would only begin at night, and it was still early in the morning, he called out to Lu Guanglin and both of them left the courtyard together. I'm sure Jialong is busy comprehending the wind-type king-grade divine ability right now. I won't disturb him. After taking a look at Huang Jialong's residence, Duan Lingtian brought Lu Guanglin out of the palace the solitary nation's imperial family had arranged for them. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's Dun and Duan Lingtian, Huang Di and Di. Sir, the people living in that palace are from the East Ming nation. They are here for the golden nematode that will be auctioned tonight. Lu Guanglin said when Duan Lingtian looked over. The nation? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. He had come to the imperial family's auction to obtain the golden nematode, one of the main ingredients needed to refine the profound golden pill. The emperor of the supporting Fall nation had personally asked the emperor of the solitary nation for the golden nematode. If the emperors of the Moran nation and the East Ming nation had not asked the emperor of the solitary nation for the golden nematode, the emperor of the solitary nation would have given it to the emperor of the supporting Fall nation as a favor. However, since the emperors of the Moran nation and the East Ming nation wanted the golden nematode as well, the emperor of the solitary nation could only put the golden nematode up for auction. This way, it would be fair and they would not offend each other. After all, it was not wise to offend the emperors of the other nations for the sake of a favor. While Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin were looking at the people from the East Ming nation, the people from the East Ming nation also noticed the duo. These two people are from the supporting Fall nation. Don't tell me that purple-clad young man is the genius Seckless cultivator from the supporting Fall nation, Duan Lingtian? It should be him. I heard that there are only 2 young men among the 5 people from the supporting Fall nation. One of them is Huang Jialong, the young master of the supporting Fall nation's Passage City. I've met Huang Jialong before, so I know him. He's not Huang Jialong. As the people from the East Ming nation discussed among themselves, their eyes finally landed on one of the 2 young men who was leading the group. The young man was dressed in a gray robe. He had a cold expression on his face and a sheathed sword on his waist. He looked like a cold-faced swordsman. Duan Lingtian? Hearing the discussions of the group of people behind him, the originally indifferent eyes of the gray-clothed youth flickered for a rare moment. In the next moment, swoosh! His eyes were as sharp as swords as he looked at Duan Lingtian. His divine consciousness followed the gray-clad young man. In just a blink of an eye, his divine consciousness told him that the purple-clad young man was not even 100 years old. It's really him. He was certain the young man who had walked out of the supporting Fall nation's temporary residence was the genius Seckless cultivator from the supporting Fall nation. It's him. When the gray-clad young man discovered Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old, The silver-clad young man beside him had also discovered Duan Ling Tian was not even 100 years old. His eyes narrowed slightly. It seems like he's indeed Duan Ling Tian. He's not even 100 years old, but he defeated Huang Jialong, the young master of the supporting Fall Nation's Passage City, with just one move. Huang Jialong is considered one of the strongest peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials. He's only a Heaven Stage overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, but he defeated Huang Jialong with just one move. Most importantly, according to the news from the supporting Fall Nation, he didn't use the power of the law. The silver-clad young man looked at the gray-clad young man next to him and asked, "Brother Juyun, do you think this is possible?" A hint of fear could be seen in the silver-clad young man's eyes as he looked at the gray-clad young man. Previously, during the Southern Heaven combat in the East Ming Nation, the gray-clad young man who was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below Celestial Dukes in the East Ming Nation had been defeated with just one move. From the beginning until the end, the gray-clad young man did not even draw his sword. He only used his celestial origin energy and the profundity of the law to form a sword and sent the gray-clad young man flying. Even though the gray-clad young man had held back, the gray-clad young man was still severely injured. It took him half a month to recover from his injuries. Moreover, the gray-clad young man was only a Heaven Stage overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, and he was not even 100 years old. From that moment on, the gray-clad young man had replaced him as the strongest person below Celestial Dukes in the East Ming Nation. The gray-clad young man was completely convinced by the gray-clad young man's strength. The world is full of wonders. It's not impossible for a Heaven Stage overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial to defeat a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial who hasn't comprehended any profundity of the law. The gray-clad young man's eyes were calm, and his voice was emotionless. The gray-clad young man was none other than Ling Juyun, the genius sectless cultivator who had risen to fame during the Southern Heaven combat in the East Ming Nation. "Brother Juyun, are you confident you can win if you fight him?" the silver-clad young man asked. "I don't know much about him, so I can't say I'm confident I can defeat him," Ling Juyun replied indifferently. It seems like the gray-clad young man is the genius sectless cultivator who appeared in the East Ming Nation not long ago. He's really not an ordinary person. Duan Lingtian looked at Ling Juyun from afar. When he discovered the gray-clad young man was not even 100 years old, he could not help but speculate. In fact, he felt a sense of camaraderie when he saw the gray-clad young man. I wonder if he's a celestial who has reincarnated. If he is, he must have been extraordinary in his past life. If he isn't, his innate talent is heaven-defying. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. "Guanglin, let's go." After retracting his gaze from Ling Juyun, Duan Lingtian called out to Lu Guanglin before he led the way into the Imperial Palace. Duan Lingtian's destination was the library in the Imperial Palace of the Solitary Nation. The library was a library that the Solitary Nation opened to its guests. There were many books, some memory celestial talismans, and some floating image pearls inside. The floating image pearls in the library recorded the duels between powerhouses. However, most of the floating image pearls recorded the duels between powerhouses below the Celestial King realm. Even if there were floating image pearls that recorded the duels between powerhouses above the Celestial King realm, they were only Celestial Kings who had yet to comprehend the profundities of the laws. The Solitary Nation had a few floating image pearls that recorded the duels between powerhouses above the Celestial King realm who had comprehended the profundities of the laws, but they were not kept in the library. This was because those were valuable items that the Solitary Nation's Imperial Palace was unwilling to reveal. In fact, the Imperial Palace of the Solitary Nation also had floating image pearls that recorded the duels between Celestial Dukes who had comprehended the profundities of the laws, but they were not kept in the library. "Brother Juyun, do you want me to challenge him and the people from the supporting Fall Nation to a duel on your behalf? If he loses to you, the supporting Fall Nation will forfeit the bid for the golden nematode." The silver-clad young man narrowed his eyes and asked for Ling Juyun's opinion when he saw Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin leaving. "What if I lose?" Ling Juyun asked indifferently. Lose? The silver-clad young man's mouth twitched. He did not expect the arrogant Ling Jiuyun would say such a thing. Moreover, his opponent was only a heaven-stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. The group of people standing behind the two young men was also confused. They looked at Ling Jiuyun's back in surprise. It was as though they had just met Ling Jiuyun for the first time. I'm Ling Jiuyun, a heaven-stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. I don't care who it is, as long as they can withstand a sword strike from me, I'll admit defeat. Previously, during the Southern Heaven combat in the East Ming nation, the young man's arrogant words were out of his mind. However, today, the young man actually said he might lose to the genius Seckless cultivator from the supporting Fall nation. This was unbelievable. Chapter 2971. In the library of the Solitary Nation's Imperial Palace. After revealing his identity, Duan Lingtian brought Lu Guanglin into the library. Guanglin, since you're here, you can look through the things that interest you. There's no need to follow me. After entering the library, Duan Lingtian noticed that Lu Guanglin's eyes lit up when he saw the books, memory celestial talismans, and floating image pearls on the shelves. He could tell that Lu Guanglin was also interested in the books, memory celestial talismans, and floating image pearls in the library of the Solitary Nation. Thank you, my lord. Lu Guanglin thanked Duan Lingtian profusely before he began to wander around the library. There were thousands of books, memory celestial talismans, and floating image pearls in the library. It would take at least a few years to finish reading all of them. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin only had a day to read all of them. Therefore, they could only browse selectively to learn more about the books. Duan Lingtian's figure shuttled back and forth in the library. Duan Lingtian glanced at the books, memory celestial talismans, and floating image pearls in the library. Detailed explanation of the laws and profundities? After a while, Duan Lingtian's attention was attracted by a shabby and ancient book. He reached out and picked it up. After picking it up, Duan Lingtian discovered that apart from the cover and the first few pages, there was not a single complete page in the back of the book. Some pages were only left with 10 to 20% of them. Only a few words could be seen. Although the book was shabby, Duan Lingtian continued to read it with great interest. This was because he discovered that the shabby book recorded some of the profundities of the laws. For example, the various profundities of the law of earth were recorded in the book. The fundamental profound meaning of the law of earth was the element of earth. Other profound meanings included gravitational space, ground evasion, vibration, recovery. Because the page was incomplete, Duan Lingtian could only see this part of the profound meaning of the law of earth. The fundamental profound meaning of the laws of fire was the fire elemental essence. Other profound meanings included explosion, corrosion, fire elemental technique. But because the page was incomplete, only these profound meanings of the laws of fire could be seen. As for the law of metal, it was even more incomplete. Only the fundamental profundity, the metal elemental profundity, and another profundity called the metal body technique were visible. The laws of wind are rather complete. There are 7 or 8 profound meanings recorded. Duan Lingtian flipped through the books in his hands, feeling dazzled. All sorts of profound mysteries of the laws were displayed before his eyes. The laws of wood, the laws of water, the laws of light, the laws of darkness, the laws of ice, the laws of thunder. Of course, the pages that recorded some of the laws and profundities were incomplete, and only the basic profundities could be seen. Every law has its own fundamental profundity. For example, the law of wood has the wood elemental essence, the law of darkness has the dark elemental essence, and the law of thunder has the thunder elemental essence. Duan Lingtian closed his eyes and slowly digested the information he had just read. To a certain extent, the profundities of the laws of heaven and earth were considered profundities of the laws of heaven and earth. Apart from the fundamental profundities, the other profundities of the laws of heaven and earth were divided into the rudimentary stage, the initial stage, and the mastery stage. As it turns out, king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities can only help one comprehend the profundities of the laws of heaven and earth to the rudimentary stage. If one wants to progress further, one must find a royal-grade celestial method or divine ability that contains the same profundities of the laws of heaven and earth to the initial stage. If one wants to comprehend the profundities of the laws of heaven and earth to the mastery stage, one must not only obtain a king-grade celestial method or divine ability, but one must also obtain an emperor-grade celestial method or divine ability that contains the same profundities of the laws of heaven and earth. The profundities of the laws of heaven and earth are divided into the rudimentary stage, the initial stage, and the mastery stage. The profundities of the laws of heaven and earth are completely different from one another. Moreover, if one has mastered some complementary profundities of the laws of heaven and earth, the profundities of the laws of heaven and earth will not be as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Duan Lingtian needed some time to digest all the information that the book had given him. Duan Lingtian needed some time to digest all the information. During this day, Duan Lingtian's greatest gain was the information about the profundities of the laws of heaven and earth. At the very least, he had gained a deeper understanding of the profundities of the laws of heaven and earth. Time continued to pass by quietly. In just a blink of an eye, evening had arrived. "My lord, it's about time for us to leave." When Lu Guanglin arrived next to Duan Lingtian was looking at a mirror image pearl that had been recorded. In the mirror image, two peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials were fighting. Both of them had comprehended the fundamental profundity of the laws of heaven and earth. One of them had comprehended the law of wind's fundamental profundity, the wind elemental profundity. The other person had comprehended the law of fire's fundamental profundity, the fire elemental profundity. Both of them had similar techniques. However, in the end, the person who had comprehended the law of fire emerged victorious. Throughout the entire process, Duan Lingtian came up with an idiom: fire is fueled by wind. When the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended the law of fire and had fused with the fire elemental profundity's celestial origin energy with the fire elemental profundity collided with his opponent's celestial origin energy that had fused with the wind elemental profundity, the wind elemental profundity's celestial origin energy soared and defeated his opponent. It seems like the person who has comprehended the law of fire will have an advantage over the person who has comprehended the law of wind. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After withdrawing his divine consciousness from the floating image pearl, Duan Lingtian left the library of the Solitary Nation's Imperial Palace with Lu Guanglin. After leaving the library, Duan Lingtian brought Lu Guanglin back to the temporary residence that the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation had arranged for them. At this time, Huang Yuanfei, Huang Jialong, and Old Enmo were already waiting in the courtyard. "Brother Duan, you went out?" Huang Jialong was slightly surprised when he saw Duan Lingtian returning from outside. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. "I had nothing to do this morning, so I went to the library of the Solitary Nation's Imperial Palace to take a look. I thought you'd stay in seclusion like me and focus on comprehending the fundamental profundities of the celestial methods and divine abilities." Huang Jialong smiled. "However, although I've heard that the fundamental profundities of the laws are easier to comprehend compared to other profundities, I still couldn't figure it out even after a day and night." Huang Jialong shook his head when he reached the end of his sentence. "Humph!" Huan Yuanfei scoffed. "You're trying to comprehend the fundamental profundity of the law of wind, the wind elemental profundity, in just a day and a night? Even in the entire profound Nether Mansion, there might not be anyone with such innate talent," Huan Yuanfei said. Huang Jialong smiled wryly. He did not expect his words would incur his father's displeasure. It must be because he didn't have the chance to comprehend the law of wind himself. "He must be displeased when he sees my son comprehending the law of wind," Huang Jialong comforted himself inwardly. At the same time, he was secretly pleased. Huan Yuanfei was unaware of his son's thoughts. If he knew, he would have slapped his son twice. How could he criticize his own father like this? "Brother Duan, did you try to comprehend the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth elemental profundity, last night?" Huang Jialong did not dare to argue with Huang Yuanfei, so he shifted his attention to Duan Lingtian. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. How was it? Huan Jialong asked. It went well, Duan Lingtian said. Successful? When Huan Jialong heard Duan Lingtian's words, he assumed that Duan Lingtian was just brushing him off. Huan Yuanfei and Elder Mo naturally had similar thoughts. Never in their wildest dreams could they have imagined Duan Lingtian had comprehended the earth elemental profundity. The earth elemental profundity. City Lord Huang, Elder Mo! After a while, a loud voice came from outside, and a tall figure walked in. The newcomer was clad in silver light armor, and had a tall and sturdy build. This person was none other than the commander of the Imperial Guards, He Feng, who had led them to the solitary nation's palace a few days ago. Commander He. Huan Yuanfei nodded at He Feng, while Elder Mo only nodded at He Feng as a form of greeting. Where is Bai Gang? At this moment, He Feng nodded at Duan Lingtian and Huan Jialong before he looked around and discovered one person was missing from the group of people from the supporting Fall Nation. He followed Senior Bai Jinyu back to the Flying Tiger Clan's branch. Huan Yuanfei replied. What reward does Senior Bai Jinyu intend to give him? He Feng's eyes widened slightly. He knew Bai Gang had returned with Bai Jinyu to receive his reward for finding a royal-grade celestial weapon for the Flying Tiger Clan's branch. The 9th Prince of the Solitary Nation had sent a message to the Emperor of the Solitary Nation when Duan Lingtian and Huang Jialong had obtained a royal-grade celestial sword from a sword-shaped origin stone. When the Emperor of the Solitary Nation learned Bai Gang was going to hand the royal-grade celestial sword to the Flying Tiger Clan's branch, he knew Bai Gang was going to be lucky. Senior Bai Jinyu has promised to let him enter the cleansing pool in the Flying Tiger Clan's branch. Huan Yuanfei smiled. Bai Gang was his brother. With such a great opportunity, he was happy for Bai Gang. What? He Feng's expression changed slightly as he gasped. The cleansing pool? The cleansing pool in the Flying Tiger Clan's branch in the Profound Nether Mansion? It's said to be able to help a copper flying tiger evolve into a silver flying tiger in just 10 years? That's right. Huan Yuanfei nodded. That fellow. He'll be even more proud of himself in the future. He Feng shook his head with a wry smile on his face. However, his eyes shone brightly. It was clear he was happy for Bai Gang. Chapter 2972. Although the auction held by the Solitary Nation's royal family was called the Royal Auction, it was not held in the royal palace. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this. After all, there would be all kinds of people participating in the auction. Naturally, the imperial family of the Solitary Nation would not allow all of them to enter the imperial palace. The imperial auction was held in an auction venue that was 10,000 meters away from the imperial palace of the Solitary Nation. The auction venue belonged to the imperial family of the Solitary Nation. It was usually rented to sects and clans to hold auctions. In the Solitary Nation, the imperial family would hold an imperial auction every once in a while. It had become a tradition in the Solitary Nation. The threshold to enter the imperial auction was usually the highest among all the auctions in the Solitary Nation. Those who could not prove their identity, or those with ordinary identities, would have to spend a large amount of celestial crystals to enter the auction venue. Duan Lingtian, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, was an honored guest of the imperial family of the Solitary Nation. Naturally, they were arranged to enter one of the best rooms in the auction venue. Not only that, but there was also a banner with the words supporting Fall Nation written on it outside the window of the private room that was next to the auction venue. It was obvious the flag was meant to inform the people outside of the room about the identity of the people in the room. I'm afraid this flag is meant for the people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation. Duan Lingtian walked up to the window of the room. With just a glance, he saw that there were 2 room windows nearby that were diagonally facing him. There was also a flag hanging above them. One of the flags had the words East Ming Nation written on it, while the other one had the words Moran Nation written on it. At the same time, the people who entered the auction venue also noticed the flags hanging outside the windows of the 3 rooms upstairs. The people from the supporting Fall Nation, the East Ming Nation, and the Moran Nation are all here? Even the flags are hanging outside. It seems like the people from the three nations are here for the same thing. It seems like I made the right choice to come to the imperial auction of the solitary nation. It's a good thing I didn't leave. Initially, I just wanted to stay and watch the show. I didn't expect to see a treasure being auctioned. It must be something extraordinary if it can attract the people from the three nations. I'm really looking forward to it. Most of the people from Grade 9 and Grade 8 forces who had gathered in the capital of the solitary nation because of the appearance of the royal grade celestial sword. These people had decided to stay in the capital of the solitary nation even after the royal grade celestial sword had been decided to go to the imperial auction today. Originally, they just wanted to join in the fun. Who would have thought that a treasure would appear in the imperial auction held by the solitary nation's imperial family? Moreover, it was a treasure that even the people from the supporting Fall Nation, the East Ming Nation, and the Moran Nation were interested in. Furthermore, judging from the flags hanging from the windows of the three private rooms, the people inside were all sent by the emperors of the three countries. In other words, the treasures that appeared in the solitary nation's royal auction this time could even tempt the emperors of the three nations. The breathing of the people from the Grade 9 and Grade 8 forces quickened. This was especially true for the people from the Grade 8 forces. They were already rubbing their hands together, preparing to bid for that item with all their might. As for the people from the Grade 9 forces, they were well aware of their own limitations, but they were also looking forward to the excitement of the auction. Don't tell me you don't know that the people from the three nations are here for the golden nematode that's required to refine the profound golden pill. Just as the group of people from the Grade 9 and Grade 8 forces were discussing among themselves, some of the locals of the solitary nation could not help but remind them of the situation. Profound golden pill? Golden nematode? The people from the Grade 9 and Grade 8 forces were disappointed when they heard the people from the solitary nation's royal grade celestial sword. Although the golden nematode was difficult to obtain, it was not a rare treasure. Even if they obtained the golden nematode and gathered all the other ingredients needed to refine the profound golden pill, they might not be able to find someone to successfully refine it. Unless they could hire a celestial alchemist at the king grade or above to refine the pill. Moreover, even a Grade 7 force might not have a king-grade celestial alchemist, let alone a celestial alchemist. Moreover, the success rate of a Duke-grade celestial alchemist refining the profound golden pill was less than 1%. After all, out of 100 Duke-grade celestial alchemists, there might not even be one Duke-grade celestial alchemist who could successfully refine the profound golden pill. As for prominent celestial alchemists, there might not even be 1 in 10,000 prominent celestial alchemists who could successfully refine the profound golden pill. For this reason, the golden nematode was useless to most people even if they obtained it. Little Tian, are you really confident you'll be able to refine 2 profound golden pills with the help of 2 golden nematodes? Huang Yuanfei asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression on his face. Uncle Huang, I'm not a boastful person, Duan Lingtian replied. Duan Lingtian's words were, without a doubt, a reply to Huang Yuanfei. He was not boasting, he was truly confident. All right. I believe you. Duan Lingtian nodded. After a while, the auction hall was filled with people. One could see the bustling crowd through the windows of the private rooms. Not long after, the auction officially began. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the imperial auction of the solitary nation. A skinny, gray-clad old man walked up to the innermost stage of the auction hall. He glanced at the auction hall indifferently as he spoke. This old man is not simple. When the old man walked up to the auction stage, Duan Lingtian had a feeling the old man was not simple. He must be a celestial king. Father, this old man is not simple. At this moment, Huang Jialong could tell the old man was not simple. Moreover, the old man was not as enthusiastic as the other auctioneers. He stood there with a calm expression on his face as though he was saying, "It's up to you whether you want to buy it or not. Of course, he's not simple. He's a one basic celestial king who serves the emperor of the solitary nation," Huang Yuanfei said. As the emperor of the solitary nation, it was only natural that he had many celestial kings by his side. After all, not every celestial king was willing to serve the emperor of a grade 8 nation. A one basic celestial king? Huang Jialong sucked in a cold breath. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, remained calm. He had already sensed the old man's presence earlier. After all, he had used the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon to boost his strength for a short period of time. Therefore, he was very familiar with the aura of a celestial king. In today's auction, I hope that everyone will be able to get what they want. The gray-clad old man stood on the auction stage and said indifferently, "Next up is the first item of the Solitary Nations Imperial Auction." As soon as the gray-clad old man finished speaking, he raised his hand, and a celestial talisman that shone with a faint purple light appeared in his hand. This is a celestial talisman inscribed by a celestial king who has comprehended the law of Thunder's thunder arrow profundity. It's called the Arrow Explosion Talisman. Once this Arrow Explosion Talisman is crushed, it'll release tens of thousands of lightning arrows that will kill anyone below a celestial duke within a radius of 10 meters. The old man explained as he took out the celestial talisman. Apart from powerful overarching heavenly supreme celestials, ordinary overarching heavenly supreme celestials won't be able to survive within a radius of 100 meters. Even if it's a one basic celestial duke or a two-form celestial duke, the Arrow Explosion Talisman will be able to injure them as long as they're within a short distance. After the old man finished speaking, he swept his gaze across the auction hall before he continued to say, "The starting bid for this Arrow Explosion Talisman is 3,000 prominent celestial crystals." If it was an ordinary auction host, he would have bragged about the value of the Arrow Explosion Talisman. After the old man said what he needed to say, he didn't say anything else. 3,000 prominent celestial crystals. As soon as the old man finished speaking, someone made a bid. It was an old man dressed in embroidered robes. "I can buy this Arrow Explosion Talisman for my grandson to protect himself." Clearly, the Arrow Explosion Talisman was a great defensive weapon for those below a celestial duke. There's such a celestial talisman? Duan Lingtian was shocked. It's possible to inscribe such a powerful offensive celestial talisman through the use of the law of thunder? Duan Lingtian knew there were offensive celestial talismans in the past. However, the offensive celestial talismans he knew were of little value. In terms of power, they were nothing compared to the Arrow Explosion Talisman before him. Once the Arrow Explosion Talisman was crushed, anyone below a celestial duke within a radius of 10 meters would die. How terrifying was this celestial talisman? This Arrow Explosion Talisman is considered a low-end law celestial talisman. A powerful law celestial talisman can kill a celestial duke, or even a celestial king, Huan Yuanfei said. A law celestial talisman? When Duan Lingtian learned the offensive celestial talisman was called a law celestial talisman, he was dumbfounded. A law celestial talisman can kill celestial dukes and celestial kings. Yes. Huan Yuanfei nodded. Although a law celestial talisman that can kill a celestial duke is precious, it's not difficult to obtain it. As for a law celestial talisman that can kill a celestial king, it's not easy to obtain it. This is because even a celestial emperor would have to spend a lot of time and effort to inscribe a law celestial talisman that can kill a celestial king. As for a celestial lord, it's basically impossible for him to inscribe a law celestial talisman that can kill a celestial king. After all, there's a limit to how much energy he can infuse into a law celestial talisman. After listening to Huan Yuanfei's words, Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of the power of a law celestial talisman. A celestial emperor can inscribe a law celestial talisman that can kill a celestial king? Chapter 2973. How powerful was a celestial king? Although Duan Lingtian had temporarily gained strength comparable to a celestial king through the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, he could still sense the strength of a celestial king's celestial origin, energy, and soul. How could such a powerhouse be killed by a mere celestial talisman? Although celestial emperors can inscribe celestial talismans that can kill celestial kings, it's extremely difficult to inscribe celestial talismans. Moreover, the inscriber has to be a powerful celestial emperor as well. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Huan Yuanfei added, "Based on what I've heard, most of the celestial talismans that can kill celestial kings are made by titled celestial emperors." Titled celestial emperors. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath as his eyes widened slightly. Titled celestial emperors were powerful celestial emperors who had passed the test of the titled temple. They were the cream of the crop among celestial emperors. Duan Lingtian had heard about this when he was still in the borderlands. However, the strongest person in the Southern Heaven territory seemed to be the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord, the ruler of the Southern Heaven territory. Although the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord was a titled Celestial Lord, titled Celestial Lords were considered the cream of the crop among Celestial Lords. Even the weakest Celestial Emperor was stronger than a titled Celestial Lord. There were no Celestial Emperors in the Southern Heaven territory, let alone the cream of the crop among titled Celestial Emperors. Moreover, it's said that not all Celestial Kings can be killed by the Celestial Talismans inscribed by titled Celestial Emperors. Those Celestial Kings who can be killed are usually weaker Celestial Kings who have not comprehended the profundities of a law. Upon hearing Huan Yuanfei's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood what was going on. If that was the case, he could accept it. Otherwise, it would be too ridiculous. After all, how could a Celestial King be killed by a Celestial Talisman? 4,300 prominent Celestial Crystals! 4,500 prominent celestial crystals. While Duan Lingtian and Huan Yuanfei were conversing, the price of the Law Celestial Talisman, the Arrow Explosion Talisman, continued to rise. In just a blink of an eye, the price had risen to 4,800 prominent celestial crystals. Based on the power of this Arrow Explosion Talisman, it seems like it was inscribed by a powerful celestial king. Based on the effect of this Arrow Explosion Talisman and the fact that it's a one-time use item, it'll be difficult for the price to exceed 5,000 prominent celestial crystals. In the next moment, as if to prove Huan Yuanfei's words, after the price of the Arrow Explosion Talisman was raised to 5,000 high-grade celestial crystals, no one else increased the price. Although the Arrow Explosion Talisman is not bad and can be given to the younger generation to protect themselves, it can only be used once. In the 1,000 lands, 5,000 superior celestial crystals is the maximum price for a talisman of this level. If you still want to raise the price at this time, then your head must be kicked by a donkey. 5,000 high-grade celestial crystals. This Arrow Explosion Talisman has sold for the price it deserves. Similar whispers could be heard throughout the auction hall. 5,000 high-grade immortal crystals, going once. 5,000 high-grade celestial crystals, going twice. On the auction stage, the gray-clad old man said indifferently, 5,000 high-grade celestial crystals, going thrice. Sold! As soon as the gray-clad old man finished speaking, he raised his hand. The celestial talisman in his hand seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as it shot toward the person who had bid for the Arrow Explosion Talisman. In just a blink of an eye, the Arrow Explosion Talisman arrived in front of the middle-aged man who had bid for the Arrow Explosion Talisman. Swoosh! As soon as the middle-aged man received the Arrow Explosion Talisman, he took out 5,000 prominent celestial crystals and placed them in a spatial ring. Then, he used his celestial origin energy to guide the spatial ring to the old man on the auction stage. This scene could be said to be a perfect example of one hand for the money, one hand for the goods. The second item is a mediocre Duke-grade celestial pill, the Origin Explosion Pill. The starting price for this Origin Explosion Pill is 5,000 prominent celestial crystals. On the auction stage, the old man took out a pill bottle. He took out a pill from the pill bottle and showed it to the crowd before putting it back on the table. An Origin Explosion Pill? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. The Origin Explosion Pill was a common celestial pill in the Devata realms. However, it could only be refined by a supreme celestial alchemist. The Origin Explosion Pill was divided into 3 types: the Supreme Origin Explosion Pill, the King Origin Explosion Pill, and the Royal Origin Explosion Pill. The three types of origin explosion pills were further divided into three grades: primitive, mediocre, and superior. The superior grade was the best while the inferior grade was the worst. A mediocre Duke grade celestial pill, the origin explosion pill, can elevate a celestial Duke's celestial origin energy by 2 levels in just 15 minutes. Naturally, if a 9th grade celestial Duke consumes it, his celestial origin energy will only be elevated to the peak of a celestial Duke's celestial origin energy for 15 minutes. A 10-direction celestial Duke would only be able to elevate his celestial origin energy after consuming it. As a celestial alchemist, Duan Lingtian knew a thing or two about the origin explosion pill. While Duan Lingtian was lost in his thoughts, the price of the origin explosion pill had already risen to 8,000 prominent celestial crystals. After all, the origin explosion pill could turn the tables in a battle between celestial dukes. In the end, the origin explosion pill was sold for 13,000 prominent celestial crystals. Following that, the gray-clad old man brought out many other items. However, most of them were celestial talismans, pills, and the like. Although the prices of the items increased, none of them caught Duan Lingtian's attention. The 9th item is a pair of golden nematodes, and they'll be auctioned together. The starting bid for the 2 golden nematodes is 30,000 high-grade immortal crystals, the gray-clad old man announced. However, no one made a bid for the 2 golden nematodes for a few breaths after he finished speaking. Instead, some people began to complain. The starting bid for these 2 golden nematodes is 30,000 prominent celestial crystals. As far as I know, the price of these golden nematodes in the black market is only 15,000 prominent celestial crystals. However, the Solitary Nation's royal auction actually set the starting price at this price. It's because the imperial family of the Solitary Nation knows that the emperors of the supporting Fall Nation, the East Ming Nation, and the Moran Nation are after the golden nematodes. The rarer an item is, the more valuable it is. Based on the wealth of the 3 nations, the price of these 2 golden nematodes is definitely higher than the black market price. That's right. Although the black market price of these golden nematodes is higher than the black market price, it's often priceless. As everyone discussed among themselves, an indifferent voice rang from the direction where the people from the supporting Fall Nation were seated. 30,000 prominent celestial crystals. It was none other than Huang Yuanfei who had joined the bidding. Father, you're bidding so soon? This isn't your style. Huang Jialong was slightly surprised. This was not his first time attending an auction with his father. However, even if his father wanted something, he would not be the first to bid. Huang Jialong was dumbfounded by what he saw next. Apart from Huang Jialong, everyone else in the auction hall was shocked as well. I thought the people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation want the golden nematodes as well? What? What's going on? Duan Lingtian was stunned as well. This was because after Huang Yuanfei bid 30,000 prominent celestial crystals, the people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation did not bid at all. The people in the auction hall who had been anticipating the people from the 3 nations to compete for the golden nematodes were in disbelief. 30,000 prominent celestial crystals, going once. 30,000 prominent celestial crystals, going twice. The gray-clad old man who had been calm all this while began to lose his composure. His voice was a lot louder when he said, "Going twice." He glanced at the people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation's rooms, only to discover that there was still no movement from them. In the end, the gray-clad old man had no choice but to bid again. 30,000 prominent celestial crystals, going thrice. As soon as the gray-clad old man finished speaking, it meant the 2 golden nematodes in his hands belonged to Huang Yuanfei from the supporting Fall Nation. What's going on? Didn't the people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation come for the golden nematodes as well? I wonder. Are the people from the Moran Nation and the East Ming Nation asleep? I wonder what the people from the Moran Nation and the East Ming Nation are thinking. What? What are they doing? While the auction hall was in an uproar, the private rooms where the people from the Moran Kingdom and the East Ming Kingdom were in were not calm either. In the room where the people from the Moran nation were seated. Uncle Lien, why aren't you bidding for the golden nematodes? Moreover, you told me not to bid. What's going on? The seventh prince of the Moran nation said with a frown on his face as he looked at the blue-clad middle-aged man in front of him. Although the Moran nation might not be able to refine the golden nematodes into the profound golden pill even if they managed to obtain the golden nematodes, there was still a chance. Nevertheless, there was still a glimmer of hope. However, now that they had lost the 2 golden nematodes, there was no hope at all. The blue-clad middle-aged man was one basic celestial king who served the emperor of the Moran nation. For this reason, the 7th prince of the Moran nation could only suppress his anger. Earlier, I received a voice transmission from Huang Yuanfei from Passage City in the supporting Fall Nation, so I've decided to give up on the golden nematodes. Facing the 7th prince's question and facing the other people's doubtful gazes, the blue-robed middle-aged man unhurriedly picked up the teacup on the table and continued to leisurely drink his tea. Meanwhile, in the room where the people from the East Ming nation were seated. Elder Hu? Why did you give up? Moreover, you didn't allow me to bid. Aren't you holding Brother Juyun back? How are you going to explain this to my father if you don't bring the golden nematodes back? A young man dressed in a silver robe said with a frown on his face as he looked at the old man who was the leader of the group of people from the East Ming nation who had come to the capital of the solitary nation. Second prince, although you're a prince, you're not as calm as little brother Ling. The old man glanced at the silver-clad young man before he shifted his gaze to the gray-clad young man. Chapter 2974. Brother Juyun, aren't you worried? The second prince of the East Ming nation smiled bitterly when he saw how calm Ling Juyun was. It was as if he could remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. I trust Elder Hu? Ling Juyun looked at the old man who was the leader of the group from the East Ming nation before he shifted his gaze away. The old man looked at Ling Juyun approvingly and nodded in satisfaction. Little brother Ling, I won't let you down. Based on your words, I'll do my best to obtain the profound golden pill for you. As soon as the old man finished speaking, his eyes flashed with a hint of killing intent. In the private room where the people from the supporting Fall Nation were seated, the gazes of Duan Lingtian, Huang Jiaolong, and Elder Emo descended upon Huang Yuanfei. Although the current situation was a little strange, they unanimously felt that Huang Yuanfei must have done something in secret. Father! What did you do? Huang Jiaolong looked at his father in shock. It was as though this was the first time he had met his father. Duan Lingtian and Elder Emo did not ask any questions, but their eyes were filled with confusion as they looked at Huang Yuanfei. It's nothing. I just sent a voice transmission to the leaders of the East Ming nation and the Moran nation and told them that if they give me the golden nematodes, I'll take out a profound golden pill for them to bid on. Huang Yuanfei replied nonchalantly to the confusion on the faces of the 3 men from the Duan Lingtian nation. I told them that I can ask a king-grade celestial alchemist to refine 2 profound golden pills with 2 golden nematodes. However, I'll take one for myself and the other for them to bid on. After Huang Yuanfei finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian again. The most important person in this matter was Duan Lingtian. After all, if Duan Lingtian failed to refine 2 profound golden pills or only 1 profound golden pill, he would be labeled as a liar. Moreover, he would offend the 2 powerhouses from the East Ming nation and the Moran nation. The 2 powerhouses were both one basic celestial kings. Huang Jiaolong was stunned, and so was Elder Emo. They did not expect Huang Yuanfei would lie to the leaders of the 2 nations and say he could ask a king-grade celestial alchemist to refine the profound golden pill for him. Naturally, the king-grade celestial alchemist would be able to refine the profound golden pill. However, there was no king-grade celestial alchemist here. Duan Lingtian was grade celestial alchemist would be able to refine the profound golden pill. At this moment, both of their gazes landed on Duan Lingtian at the same time. The people from the 2 nations should only be able to ask a duke-grade celestial alchemist to refine the profound golden pill. Otherwise, the Emperor of the East Ming nation and the Emperor of the Moran nation would have taken one of the golden nematodes away before His Majesty even asked the Emperor of the solitary nation. It's precisely because they can't ask a king-grade celestial alchemist to refine the profound golden pill that they want both of the golden nematodes to refine the profound golden pill. Huang Yuanfei continued to say. For this reason, when they found out I was able to hire a king-grade celestial alchemist to refine a profound golden pill and offered a profound golden pill to them, they were willing to let me have the 2 golden nematodes. Brother Duan. Huang Jialong looked at Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression on his face. He knew clearly in his heart that his father was able to make such a decision completely because he trusted this brother Duan. If Duan Lingtian failed to refine the profound golden pill, his father would become enemies with the celestial kings from the East Ming nation and the Moran nation. At this moment, old Mo looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Uncle Huang. Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Yuanfei solemnly and said, I won't let you down. He did not expect Huang Yuanfei to trust him so much. Huang Yuanfei was willing to risk offending the celestial kings from the East Ming nation and the Moran nation. If Huang Yuanfei failed to refine the profound golden pill, not only would he offend the 2 celestial kings, but he would also offend the emperor of the East Ming nation and the Moran nation. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with warmth. Little Tian, when do you plan to refine the profound golden pill? Huang Yuanfei asked as he handed the 2 golden nematodes to Duan Lingtian. When Huang Yuanfei won the bid for the golden nematodes, the old man on the stage had sent them to the private room. Huang Yuanfei had also given him 30,000 prominent celestial crystals. Let's wait until the auction ends. Duan Lingtian took the jade box that contained the 2 golden nematodes as he replied to Huang Yuanfei. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he looked at Huang Yuanfei and said, Uncle Huang, you can tell the celestial kings from the East Ming nation and the Moran nation to come to the palace we're staying in to bid for the profound golden pill in 10 days. All right. Huang Yuanfei was touched by Duan Lingtian's confidence. He immediately sent a voice transmission to the celestial kings from the East Ming nation and the Moran nation. 10 days? All right. City Governor Huang, I'll bring my men to visit the palace you're staying in 10 days. The celestial kings from the Moran nation quickly responded. City Governor Huang, will you be able to meet the king-grade celestial alchemist? The celestial kings from the East Ming nation were clearly interested in the king-grade celestial alchemist. Old Hu, I'm afraid that won't be possible. The celestial alchemist doesn't like to meet outsiders. Huang Yuanfei replied through voice transmission. Naturally, he could not tell the celestial kings from the East Ming nation that he could not hire a king-grade celestial alchemist, and that the person who refined the profound golden pill was a prominent celestial alchemist. In the past, if someone had told him that a prominent celestial alchemist was confident he could refine the profound golden pill, he would not have believed them. However, based on Duan Lingtian's confidence and steadiness, Huang Yuanfei trusted Duan Lingtian. Although it was risky, Huang Yuanfei still trusted him. Nevertheless, he still chose to trust Duan Lingtian. He had a feeling this purple-clad young man who was not even 100 years old had something that ordinary people could not understand. For example, when Duan Lingtian was only a heaven-stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial and did not use any profundities, he had defeated his son, Huang Jialong, with just one move. In the past, he did not even dare to think about this. Therefore, he had no way of questioning this purple-clothed young man whom he could not see through at all. What a pity! The celestial kings from the East Ming nation were not disappointed when they heard Huang Yuanfei's words. It was obvious they had expected this outcome. The imperial family's auction continued amidst the confusion in the auction hall. Soon after, the people in the auction hall shifted their attention to the next item. They no longer cared about why the East Ming nation and the Moran nation did not compete with the supporting Fall nation for the 2 golden nematodes. These are the golden nematodes? Duan Lingtian opened the jade box, and 2 worms that were as long as an adult's index finger lay in the jade box. The worms were golden in color, and as thin as a thread. Although they were lifeless, they gave off a sharp aura. It was as if these golden thread-like worms could easily cut through anything. In fact, a living golden nematode could indeed cut through many things with a swing of its body, It was said that it could even cut a primitive celestial weapon in half with the swing of its body. Mediocre celestial pills could be cut in half with just a few swings of its body. After Duanling Tian learned that the golden nematode was one of the two main medicinal ingredients required to refine the profound golden pill, he went to learn more about it. The golden nematode was a type of celestial beast. However, it was a celestial beast without intelligence. It lived on instinct like a wild beast. While Duanling Tian was flipping through the golden nematodes, the auction house was bustling with noise and excitement as the sounds of bidding rose and fell. However, Duanling Tian did not pay much attention to the following items. He did not see anything that piqued his interest. Although Duanling Tian was not interested in any of the items, he did see a few items that piqued his interest. However, he did not manage to buy anything in the end. Based on his expression, it was clear he did not care about the items. It was clear he was only slightly interested in the items. As time passed, the imperial family's auction gradually came to an end. Next up is the last item in the imperial family's auction of the solitary nation. This item is a little special. It was entrusted to us by a senior sectless cultivator who's a four phenomenon's celestial king. The old man on the stage spoke again. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the entire auction hall fell silent again. However, it did not take long before the crowd burst into an uproar again. Heavens! A four phenomenon celestial king entrusted the item to be auctioned? A four phenomenon celestial king's item is definitely something extraordinary. What is it? A king-grade celestial pill? Or is it a special treasure? I can't wait to see what's going on. A four phenomenon celestial king's treasure must be extraordinary. Meanwhile, the people from the supporting Fall Nation, the East Ming Nation, and the Moran Nation were in an uproar as well. A four phenomenon celestial king entrusted the item to be auctioned? Duanling Tian raised an eyebrow. Although he did not know what the four phenomenon celestial king had entrusted the item to be auctioned, he knew it would be extraordinary. However, the items that the four phenomenon celestial kings put up for auction were definitely not ordinary. After all, the strongest person in the supporting Fall Nation, the East Ming Nation, and the Moran Nation was only a three-talents celestial king. Even the emperors of the three nations would have to treat a sectless cultivator who was a four phenomenon celestial king with respect. Soon after, under everyone's watchful eyes, the gray-clad old man on the stage took out a long jade box. The jade box was 3 feet long, 1 foot wide, and half a foot tall. What's that? When the gray-clothed old man raised his hand and slowly opened the jade box, the gazes of everyone present landed on the jade box one after another. They stared at the jade box without blinking. Chapter 2975. A four phenomenon celestial king was considered one of the strongest powerhouses in the Thousand Nations territory. How could the items that such an existence would take out to auction be ordinary? For this reason, everyone was filled with anticipation when they heard the old man say that the item was auctioned off by a four phenomenon celestial king. What did the rogue cultivator who was a four phenomenon celestial king put up for auction in the solitary nation? I didn't expect to see a four phenomenon celestial king auctioning off a treasure here. Fortunately, I didn't leave. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to witness such a grand occasion. That's right. I wonder what kind of treasure it is. If it's possible, I'll bid for it at all costs. A four phenomenon celestial king auctioned off a treasure that's auctioned off by a four phenomenon celestial king can't be ordinary. The jade box is about to be opened. A group of people stared at the jade box in the old man's hand that was slowly opening. Meanwhile, in the room where the people from the supporting Fall Nation were seated, Duanling Tian was also looking at the jade box that was slowly opening in the old man's hand. Crack! The jade box was completely opened. At the same time, the item in the jade box was revealed to everyone. A strangely shaped tree branch was quietly lying in the jade box. Although it was a branch that had been separated, it was emerald green. Even the leaves on it were very lush, and did not give off the feeling of wilting at all. Logically speaking, if a tree branch was detached from the tree, it would lose its nutrients and would gradually wither away. However, that tree branch was quietly lying in the jade box. It did not show any signs of decay. Not only that, but it also showed no signs of withering. At this moment, anyone who extended their divine consciousness to touch the tree branch would be able to sense the vitality in it. This is, heavens! Why is there such a thing here? Why is there such a thing here? Just when Duan Lingtian's gaze was attracted by the branch in the jade box, 3 voices resounded in his body at almost the same time, and the voices were filled with disbelief. These 3 voices belonged to the profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, and the chaos divine earth. Do all of you recognize this tree branch? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. At the same time, the atmosphere in the room where the people from the supporting Fall Nation, the East Ming Nation, and the Moran Nation were seated was tense. What's this? Why does it have such a strong vitality? Not only did this tree branch not wither away, but it also has such a strong vitality. It's not an ordinary tree branch. Who knows what tree it is? Maybe it's some kind of rare material. This thing doesn't look ordinary. Although none of the people present could recognize what the branch in the old man's hand on the auction stage was, they could clearly feel that the branch was not simple. Most of the people who knew it. What's this? Yes. What's this thing? Many curious gazes fell on the old man on the auction stage. Many people couldn't help but ask the old man. Facing the curious gazes, the old man said calmly, "What is this?" "I don't know." Phenomenons of the phenomenons heaven-s. Everyone was stunned. I'm not the only one who doesn't know what it is. Even the 4 phenomenons celestial king who auctioned it doesn't know what it is. The old man continued to speak. What? Even the 4 phenomenons celestial king who auctioned it doesn't know what it is. How? How are we supposed to bid for it? I don't even know what this is. Although this thing doesn't look simple, it doesn't seem to have much value before we know how to use it, right? Many people in the auction hall frowned when they learned that even the 4 phenomenons celestial king who auctioned it did not know what it was. Although I don't know what it is, it contains a strong vitality. The old man took the tree branch out of the jade box and showed it to everyone. At the same time, he raised his other hand and slashed it at the tree branch. Buzz! The sound of a saber buzzing rang in the air. Spurt! A faint sound rang in the air as a deep cut appeared on the tree branch. At the same time, the branch swayed as though it would break at any moment. The crowd was puzzled by the old man's actions when a shocking scene unfolded before their eyes. He saw that the broken part of the tree trunk, where the branches were almost cut off, had strands of light green light wriggling, but the broken part was recovering at a very exaggerated speed. About 10 breaths later, the tree trunk that was almost broken completely returned to its original state, as if it had never been damaged. This, unbelievable. This is unbelievable. This is too inconceivable. It was clearly about to break, but in just a few breaths of time, it returned to its original state. This tree branch is definitely not simple. Even if I don't know what this tree branch is made of, I'll do my best to bid for it. It's because of its terrifying recovery ability. In the vast auction venue, the sound of people sucking in cold breaths of air rose and fell like rolling waves, frequent to the extreme. The starting bid for this nameless tree branch is 100,000 prominent celestial crystals. The old man said loudly on the auction stage. After he finished speaking, he quickly added, "Every bid must be at least 10,000 prominent celestial crystals." Moreover, the imperial family of the solitary nation is also interested in this tree branch. Therefore, I'll bid for it as well. The old man added. As soon as he said this, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. Even the imperial family of the solitary nation was interested in this nameless tree branch? It seems like the 4 phenomenons celestial kings are really auctioning this tree branch. Otherwise, the imperial family of the solitary nation would have already bid for it. Even so, it's possible that the imperial family of the solitary nation is deliberately raising the price of this nameless tree branch. We have to be careful. No matter what, this nameless tree branch is really tempting. I'm afraid the final bid won't be lower than 200,000 prominent celestial crystals. 200,000 prominent celestial crystals. That's equivalent to the price of 2 king-grade celestial weapons. In the auction hall, the sounds of discussion and whispers continued without end. 100,000 prominent celestial crystals. At the same time, a voice rang from the private room where the people from the Moran nation were seated. The person who made the bid was none other than the leader of the group from the Moran nation. He was a middle-aged man dressed in a blue robe and had a dignified expression on his face. 200,000 prominent celestial crystals. As soon as the person from the Moran nation made the bid, the old man on the auction stage said, doubling the price of the nameless tree branch. Wow! An uproar broke out instantly. Not only was the old man the second person to bid for the nameless tree branch, but he had also doubled the price of the nameless tree branch. After the old man finished speaking, he added, "This is the price that the imperial family of the solitary nation has set. If someone bids more than 200,000 prominent celestial crystals, the imperial family of the solitary nation will no longer bid for it." As soon as the old man finished speaking, no one made a bid for the nameless tree branch. The imperial family of the solitary nation has set the price at 200,000 prominent celestial crystals. It seems like the imperial family of the solitary nation doesn't think much of the nameless tree branch. Well, it's normal. Even the 4 phenomenon celestial kings couldn't find any clues about the nameless tree branch. Therefore, the imperial family of the solitary nation has no use for it. 200,000 prominent celestial crystals for a collector's item. That's too extravagant. That's right. It's equivalent to exchanging 2 king-grade celestial weapons for a collector's item. It's impossible for ordinary people to have such boldness. The people from the Moran nation remained silent for a long time. It was clear that they had given up on bidding for the nameless tree branch. 200,000 prominent celestial crystals, going once. The old man on the auction stage began to count down. 210,000 prominent celestial crystals. An old voice rang from the private room where the people from the East Ming nation were seated. It was none other than the old man from the East Ming nation. 250,000 prominent celestial crystals. Huang Yuanfei, who was in the private room where the people from the supporting Fall nation were seated, joined the bid as well. "Father, do you know what the nameless tree branch is?" Huang Jialong didn't expect his father to participate in the auction and was stunned for a moment. "No, I don't." Huang Yuanfei shook his head in response to Huang Jialong's question. "I just think it's not as simple as it looks, so I'm just casually bidding for it. If someone else raises the price again, I won't buy it anymore." Casually bidding for it? Huang Jialong was speechless. He did not expect his father to be even more willful than him. "Old Mo, do you know what the nameless tree branch is?" Huang Yuanfei asked the old man next to him who was frowning. "I don't know." The old man shook his head. 260,000 prominent celestial crystals. In the auction hall, a middle-aged man raised his bid, surpassing Huang Yuanfei's bid in one fell swoop. The middle-aged man instantly became the center of attention. Isn't he Gujing, the vice-sect leader of the Great 8,000 Hands sect? It's him. I didn't expect him to be here as well. It seems like Gujing is interested in the nameless tree branch as well. In the profound Nether Mansion's territory, not only were the 1,000 celestial kingdoms in the 1,000 nations territory Grade 8 forces, but there were also some sects and clans that were Grade 8 forces as well. However, most of the Grade 8 sects and clans were not as strong as Grade 8 celestial kingdoms. Even so, they were still stronger than Grade 9 forces. 300,000 prominent celestial crystals. Just as everyone's attention was focused on the vice-sect leader of the 1,000 Hands sect, Guxing, an indifferent voice sounded out from the private room and shifted everyone's attention. "HM? It's the people from the supporting Fall nation again?" The voice came from the private room where the people from the supporting Fall nation were seated. Chapter 2976. Boy, you must get it! Whatever it takes. If you miss this opportunity, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. The profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, and the chaos divine earth urged Duan Lingtian to bid for the nameless tree branch. Under such circumstances, although Duan Lingtian did not know what the nameless tree branch was, he still hastily raised the price. 300,000 prominent celestial crystals. Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly when he heard Duan Lingtian's bid. All the celestial crystals in his possession amounted to about 200,000 prominent celestial crystals. Apart from celestial crystals, he also had king-grade celestial weapons that he could sell in exchange for celestial crystals. Before he came here, Huang Jialong had told him that he could use some items as collateral in exchange for celestial crystals. For example, a complete king-grade celestial weapon could be used as collateral for 100,000 prominent celestial crystals. In the profound Nether Mansion's Thousand Nations territory, a complete king-grade celestial weapon could be sold for at least 100,000 prominent celestial crystals or even more. Not only are my king-grade celestial weapons complete, but they're also not the worst king-grade celestial weapons. I'll lose a lot of money if I use them as collateral. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Then, he thought about the profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, and the chaos divine earth's reaction. However, it's worth it if I can get the nameless tree branch. Although they had not told him what the nameless tree branch was, it was clear that they had not told him what it was. Based on their reaction, it was clear the nameless tree branch was not ordinary. Could this nameless tree branch be one of the 5 divine elements, the clear heaven's divine wood? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The 5 divine elements corresponded to metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 5 divine elements were the profound divine metal, the clear heaven's divine wood, the world-cleansing divine water, the chaos divine flame, and the chaos divine earth. Duan Lingtian had heard about this from the chaos divine flame. Brother Duan? Huang Jialong stared at Duan Lingtian, dumbfounded, when he saw Duan Lingtian joining in the bidding 300,000 prominent celestial crystals. As for Huan Yuanfei and Elder Mo, their gazes also landed on Duan Lingtian. Little Tian, do you know what that is? Huan Yuanfei asked tentatively. I don't know. Faced with Huang Yuanfei's question, Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly and shook his head. I just feel that this thing isn't simple. If I miss it, I might regret it. This thing is indeed not simple. In my life, this is the first time I've seen such a strange phenomenon, Huan Yuanfei said. If this thing is a medicinal ingredient used to refine celestial pills, the celestial pills refined with this would definitely be extraordinary. At this moment, Huang Jialong regained his senses. He looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, Brother Duan, are you suspecting that this nameless tree branch is some kind of alchemy material? However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian was staring at the nameless tree branch in the old man's hand. It was as though he did not hear Huang Jialong's question. Huang Jialong was not the only one who thought Duan Lingtian was silent. Even Huan Yuanfei and Elder Mo thought Duan Lingtian had acquiesced to Huang Jialong's words. That's not the clear heaven's divine wood. If it's just the clear heaven's divine wood, the 3 of us wouldn't have lost our composure. When the chaos divine flame heard Duan Lingtian asking if the tree branch was the clear heaven's divine wood from the 5 divine elements, the chaos divine flame immediately denied it. If it's not the clear heaven's divine wood, then what is it? Duan Lingtian asked. It's the divine tree of life, the profound divine metal said. The divine tree of life? What's that? Duan Lingtian asked again. Lad, you don't need to know what the divine tree of life is. All you need to know is that if you obtain one of the main branches from the divine tree of life, you'll have a chance to comprehend the law of life, one of the top laws in the world. The chaos divine flame said. The chaos divine earth continued to speak. Its childish voice was filled with sincerity, as though it was worshipping Buddha. The law of life isn't something that can be comprehended through celestial methods and divine abilities. The strongest law that can be comprehended through celestial methods and divine abilities can only be considered a second-tier law. The law of life, on the other hand, is one of the top laws in the world. The chaos divine earth added. As one of the main branches from the divine tree of life, the nameless tree branch won't only allow you to comprehend the law of life. It has many other uses as well. It'll be very beneficial to you in the future. The profound divine metal paused for a moment before it continued to say, naturally, it'll be of great help to us as well. A hint of eagerness could be heard in the profound divine metal's voice when it finished speaking. Lad, as long as you obtain one of the main branches from the divine tree of life, I won't just tell you what I can help you with. If you need help, I'll help you unconditionally. The Chaos Divine Earth said again. Its childish voice was filled with eagerness. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard the Chaos Divine Earth's words. It seemed like the main branches from the divine tree of life were of great help to the profound divine metal, the Chaos Divine Flame, and the profound divine metal. Otherwise, they would not have urged him to obtain one of the main branches from the divine tree of life so eagerly. 310,000 prominent celestial crystals! Guzhing, the vice-sect leader of the Thousand Hands sect, raised the price again after Duan Lingtian had placed his bid. This time, his bid was even higher than Duan Lingtian's. Before the crowd could react, Duan Lingtian's voice rang again. Duan Lingtian said, 350,000 prominent celestial crystals! He added another 40,000 prominent celestial crystals as soon as he opened his mouth. Guzhing frowned upon hearing this. He did not expect someone from the supporting Fall Nation's private room would bid for the nameless branch in such a manner. This time, Guzhing stopped bidding after Duan Lingtian made his bid. To him, the reason why he participated in the auction was because he was curious about the nameless tree branch and wanted to collect it for himself. 310,000 prominent celestial crystals was the limit of what he could afford. I don't think the bidder from the supporting Fall Nation's private room is Huan Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City in the supporting Fall Nation, right? Based on the voice, it seems to be a young man. As far as I know, there are only 2 young people from the supporting Fall Nation who came this time. One of them is Huan Yuanfei's son, Huan Jialong. The other one is Duan Lingtian, a genius sectless cultivator who recently appeared in the supporting Fall Nation's Southern Heaven combat. This voice must belong to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, many people guessed that the bidder was Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian? Could it be that he knows the divine tree of life? In the private room where the people from the East Ming Nation were seated, a gray-clad young man with a cold expression on his face had a subtle glint in his eyes. The gray-clad young man was none other than Ling Jiuyun, the genius sectless cultivator who rose to fame during the Southern Heaven combat in the East Ming Nation. As soon as the old man on the stage opened the jade box, Ling Jiuyun recognized it as one of the main branches of the divine tree of life. The main branch of the divine tree of life was a precious treasure to ordinary people. Ordinary people would be able to comprehend the law of life if they obtained the main branch of the divine tree of life. However, it was useless to Duan Lingtian. This was because the law of life and his clan's law of life restrained each other. Moreover, his bloodline prevented him from comprehending the law of life for the rest of his life. 350,000 prominent celestial crystals going once. 350,000 prominent celestial crystals going twice. After Duan Lingtian made his bid, no one else made a bid. At this moment, the old man on the stage began to count down. I wonder if Duan Lingtian really recognized the main branch of the divine tree of life or if he's just trying to keep it. If it's the former, then this Duan Lingtian is not a simple person. After all, even in the small Southern Heaven territory, including the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord, I don't think anyone can recognize the main branch of the divine tree of life. If it's the latter, then this Duan Lingtian can only be considered lucky. Ling Jiuyun thought to himself as he stood by the window of the private room when he saw the main branch of the divine tree of life was about to be obtained by Duan Lingtian. He had no intention of telling the people from the East Ming Nation that the main branch of the divine tree of life was the culprit. This was because he knew the people from the East Ming Nation would not understand or believe him even if he told them about it. Moreover, there was a risk of exposing his identity. For this reason, he did not say anything to the people from the East Ming Nation. 350,000 prominent celestial crystals going thrice. At this moment, the old man on the stage announced the winner of the Divine Tree of Life. With this, Duan Lingtian successfully obtained the Divine Tree of Life. Brother Duan, you don't have enough celestial crystals, right? Huang Jialong asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian in the private room. I have about 25 million mediocre celestial crystals, which is equivalent to 250,000 prominent celestial crystals. As for the remaining 100,000 prominent celestial crystals, I'll just take out a king-grade celestial weapon. Duan Lingtian smiled. Although he did not have enough celestial crystals, he would have enough if he took out a king-grade celestial weapon. Little Tian, there's no need to pawn a king-grade celestial weapon. Huan Yuanfei stopped Duan Lingtian and said, I'll lend you 100,000 prominent celestial crystals first. You can return the remaining prominent celestial crystals to me after you sell the profound golden pills. In that case, thank you, Uncle Huang. Duan Lingtian, naturally, knew Huang Yuanfei was doing this for his own good. If he pawned a king-grade celestial weapon, he would definitely suffer a loss. Huang Yuanfei clearly did not want him to suffer a loss. Therefore, he did not refuse. Moreover, he was confident he could refine 2 profound golden pills with the 2 golden nematodes. As long as he sold 1 profound golden pill, it would not be difficult for him to earn 100,000 prominent celestial crystals. When Huang Jialong saw Duan Lingtian giving away the spatial ring that contained enough celestial crystals and putting the Divine Tree of Life away, he could not help but exclaim, Duan Lingtian, you're really lucky. I really have to hand it to you, Brother Duan. Chapter 2977. Duan Lingtian did not have many prominent celestial crystals in his possession. In fact, he had almost used up all his prominent celestial crystals when he was buying origin stones in West Lane City of the Solitary Nation. Naturally, he did not have many prominent celestial crystals, but he had a lot of mediocre celestial crystals. He had killed a 9 palaces celestial duke and a 1 basic celestial king from the blissful sect and a 10 directions celestial duke from the profound heaven celestial sect in the borderlands. The wealth that the 3 of them had brought to him was shocking in the borderlands. The 3 of them had given him more than 20 million mediocre celestial crystals. As such, the number of intermediate immortal crystals he had in his possession was shocking. He had more than 25 million intermediate immortal crystals, 100,000 prominent celestial crystals and 25 million mediocre celestial crystals. Is this sectless genius from the supporting Fall Nation taking advantage of this opportunity to take out all his mediocre celestial crystals? The gray-clad old man on the auction stage was shocked when he saw the number of mediocre celestial crystals in Duan Lingtian's spatial ring. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was a genius. Not many people in the Southern Heaven Territory possessed more than 20 million mediocre celestial crystals, let alone the Solitary Nation. After all, mediocre celestial crystals were of a low grade. Naturally, this was the gray-clad old man's opinion. At this moment, the gray-clad old man did not know that there was another area at the edge of the Southern Heaven Territory outside the formation barrier. It was called the Borderlands. There were only primitive celestial crystal veins in the Borderlands. The most they could produce was mediocre celestial crystals. Although there were some prominent celestial crystals in the Borderlands, most of them came from the central area. For this reason, although Duan Lingtian had plundered some wealth in the Borderlands, there were only a few thousand prominent celestial crystals. Most of them were mediocre celestial crystals. Naturally, there were also many primitive celestial crystals. Brother Duan, I really have to hand it to you. Where did you get the 25 million mid-grade immortal crystals? While Huang Jialong looked at Duan Lingtian in shock, Huan Yuanfei and Elder Emo also looked at Duan Lingtian curiously. I obtained these mediocre celestial crystals when I was in the Borderlands. It's rare to see prominent celestial crystals in the Borderlands, Duan Lingtian said. The imperial auction held by the Solitary Nation's imperial family came to an end after Duan Lingtian obtained the main branch from the Divine Tree of Life. Of course, outsiders did not know that it was the main branch of the Divine Tree of Life. Even if someone said that it was the main branch of the Divine Tree of Life, they didn't know what it was, let alone its true value. Not many people in the spirit overarching heaven knew about the divine tree of life, let alone the southern heaven territory. After the auction ended, Duan Lingtian brought Lu Guanglin, Huang Jiaolong, Huang Yuanfei, and Elder Mo back to the solitary nation's imperial palace. Along the way, He Feng, the commander of the solitary nation's imperial guards, caught up with them. As soon as he caught up with them, he immediately asked Huang Yuanfei. As soon as he caught up with them, he asked, "City Governor Huang, how did you do it? The people from the Moran Nation and the East Ming Nation aren't ordinary people. It's unbelievable that they gave up on bidding for the golden nematodes." A hint of curiosity could be seen in He Feng's eyes as soon as he finished speaking. "Commander He, are you the one who's curious? Or is that person the one who's curious?" Huang Yuanfei asked as he looked at He Feng. Huang Yuanfei emphasized the words "that person." "His Majesty is indeed curious. That's why he sent me a message. However, I'm curious as well. After all, the people from the Moran Nation and the East Ming Nation came for the 2 golden nematodes, but they gave up on bidding at the crucial moment. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that you must have done something, City Governor Huang," He Feng said. Huang Yuanfei nodded. "It's nothing." In response to He Feng's question, Huang Yuanfei said indifferently, "I told them that as long as I obtain the 2 golden nematodes, I'll be able to hire a king-grade celestial alchemist to refine 2 profound golden pills. I'll keep 1 profound golden pill for myself. As for the other profound golden pill, I'll let them bid for it." For this reason, they gave up on bidding for the 2 golden nematodes. It was clear Huang Yuanfei did not intend to hide this matter. Naturally, he knew he would not be able to hide it even if he wanted to. 10 days later, one of the people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation would not be able to obtain the profound golden pill. Under such circumstances, they would not continue to hide this matter. A king-grade celestial alchemist? He Feng's heart skipped a beat when he heard Huang Yuanfei's words. He did not expect to receive such an answer. Although the emperors of the solitary nation could hire a king-grade celestial alchemist to refine the profound golden pill, they would have to pay a high price. The emperors of the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation wanted to obtain the 2 golden nematodes because they did not want to pay a high price to hire a king-grade celestial alchemist. They only wanted supreme celestial alchemists who were confident in refining the profound golden pill. For this reason, the higher the number of golden nematodes, the higher the success rate. "The Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation is really bold," He Feng exclaimed as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He Feng thought the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation was willing to pay a high price to hire a king-grade celestial alchemist to help Duan Lingtian become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial before the southern heaven ancient realm opened. The Emperor of the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation could not compare to him. However, it did not cross He Feng's mind that the person who wanted the 2 golden nematodes to refine the profound golden pill was not a king-grade celestial alchemist, but Duan Lingtian himself. After He Feng and Duan Lingtian returned to the solitary nation's imperial palace, they bade farewell to each other and left. After that, Duan Lingtian and the others returned to the palace that the imperial palace of the solitary nation had arranged for them. "Little Tian, if there's anything you need to refine the profound golden pill, just let me know. I'll do my best to help you," Huang Yuanfei said to Duan Lingtian after they returned to the imperial palace. Although he was confident in Duan Lingtian, he still felt pressured when he thought about how he would offend the celestial kings of the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation if he could not produce the profound golden pill in 10 days. "Don't worry, Uncle Huang. I won't let you down." After informing Huang Yuanfei, Duan Lingtian returned to his room and began to refine the profound golden pill. He was the only one who knew he was not an ordinary prominent celestial alchemist. Ordinary prominent celestial alchemists relied on prominent celestial fires to refine pills, but Duan Lingtian relied on his chaos divine flame to refine pills. Although the third form of the chaos divine flame was comparable to a prominent celestial fire, it was not something a prominent celestial fire could compare to. In fact, In many aspects, even a high-grade celestial fire could not compare to a prominent celestial fire. Hee hee. Little boy, didn't you say you'll help this brat as long as he obtains the main branch from the divine tree of life? The profound divine metal's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's body. Based on its words, it was clear it was talking to the chaos divine earth. Although it won't be difficult for him to refine the profound golden pill with Old Wa's help and his innate talent in alchemy, he still can't guarantee a 100% success rate. If you make a move, I'm sure you can guarantee a 100% success rate. Duan Lingtian nodded. When Duan Lingtian heard the profound divine metal's words, he had already guessed the chaos divine earth would be able to help him refine the profound golden pill. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard the profound divine metal's words. As long as the chaos divine earth helped him, it would be able to refine the profound golden pill. Although the chaos divine earth was confident it would be able to refine the profound golden pill, it was only 80 to 90% confident it would be able to refine the profound golden pill. However, after listening to the profound divine metal's words, it was clear the chaos divine earth would be able to refine the profound golden pill. When Duan Lingtian thought about the pressure Huang Yuanfei would have to endure, he took a deep breath and prepared to ask the chaos divine earth for help. There's no need for you to remind me. Before Duan Lingtian could speak, the chaos divine earth's voice rang in the air. Of course, I remember what I said. After snorting at the profound divine metal, the chaos divine earth turned to Duan Lingtian and said, Brat, take out your pill cauldron. Upon hearing the chaos divine earth's words, Duan Lingtian took out his pill cauldron even though he did not know what the chaos divine earth wanted. As soon as the prominent celestial pill cauldron was taken out, Duan Lingtian could feel the chaos divine earth in his right arm glowing with a yellow light. A moment later, a khaki-colored energy shot out from his hand and entered the upper-grade celestial artifact pill cauldron. Swoosh! The pill cauldron shook, and Duan Lingtian saw a layer of yellow light on the surface of the pill cauldron. The chaos divine earth can be fused with a celestial alchemist's pill cauldron to increase the success rate of refining pills. With the chaos divine earth and my help, you'll be able to successfully refine the profound golden pill. The chaos divine flame's voice rang in the air. Let's begin. The chaos divine flame reminded Duan Lingtian when it realized he was still in a daze. Upon hearing the chaos divine flame's words, Duan Lingtian began to refine the profound golden pill. The profound golden pill was one of the most difficult prominent celestial pills to refine. The steps to refine it were extremely complicated. However, Duan Lingtian was able to refine it with ease. After all, Duan Lingtian's alchemy skills had surpassed most Duke-grade celestial alchemists, and was almost on par with King-grade celestial alchemists. While Duan Lingtian was refining the profound golden pill, the people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation learned about the profound golden pill from their leader. The reason they did not bid for the 2 golden nematodes during the imperial family's auction was because the supporting Fall Nation invited a king-grade celestial alchemist to refine the profound golden pill. The emperor of the supporting Fall Nation is really bold. I don't think the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation is that bold. I suspect the king-grade celestial alchemist from the Flying Tiger clan is willing to help Duan Lingtian. Chapter 2978. The Flying Tiger clan? To be more precise, it's the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the profound Nether Mansion's territory. Now that you mention it, I remember that the vice-clan leader of the Flying Tiger clan came to the capital of the Solitary Nation 2 days ago for a royal-grade celestial weapon. I'm afraid you're unaware that Duan Lingtian obtained the royal-grade celestial weapon from a sword-shaped origin stone. He gave the royal-grade celestial weapon to Bai Gang, a copper flying tiger from the Flying Tiger clan's branch. Bai Gang is one of the people who accompanied the leader of the group from the supporting Fall Nation. It makes sense now that Duan Lingtian obtained a royal-grade celestial weapon for the Flying Tiger clan's branch. It's enough for them to send a king-grade celestial alchemist to refine the profound golden pill for him. Although the people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation were in their respective palaces, their speculations were the same. The leader of the group from the supporting Fall Nation promised me that he'll offer a profound golden pill to us and the Moran Nation in 10 days. the old man said to the people from the East Ming nation. The profound golden pill. Ling Juyan's expression changed slightly when he heard the old man's words. Previously, he had only wanted 2 golden nematodes to refine the profound golden pill. However, since no king-grade celestial alchemist was willing to refine the profound golden pill, Ling Juyan was only slightly hopeful that the 2 golden nematodes would be able to refine the profound golden pill. But now, with the refined profound golden pill, the little bit of expectation in his heart disappeared and was replaced by a strong sense of anticipation. Elder Hu, I'm determined to obtain the profound golden pill, Ling Juyan said to the old man through voice transmission. I roughly know the upper limit of the celestial crystals that His Majesty has set for the 2 golden nematodes. If you can help me obtain the profound golden pill, not only will I return your personal celestial crystals, but I'll also owe you a favor. Ling Juyan's words revealed his determination to obtain the profound golden pill. Little brother Ling, with your words, I will definitely do my best, the old man replied with a voice transmission. His eyes were filled with determination. He had high hopes for Ling Juyan. In fact, during their journey from the East Ming Kingdom to the Solitary Kingdom, he vaguely felt that Ling Juyan was not a rogue cultivator, but someone from a big family. Although his words and actions were filled with indifference, there was also an air of nobility that made him feel ashamed many times. Therefore, he believed that as long as he helped Ling Juyan, he would definitely be rewarded in the future. It was only a matter of time. No wonder Elder Hu gave up on bidding for the 2 golden nematodes. It turns out that the people from the supporting Fall Nation made such a promise. Hearing the old man's words, the second prince of the East Ming Kingdom and the other people of the East Ming Kingdom were enlightened. It turned out that the person from the supporting Fall Nation had promised to offer a profound golden pill to the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation. Meanwhile, the group of people from the Moran Nation also learned from the middle-aged man that the person from the supporting Fall Nation was going to offer a profound golden pill to them and the people from the East Ming Nation. A profound golden pill, a profound golden pill. The 7th prince of the Moran Nation looked at the middle-aged man eagerly and said in a deep voice, Uncle Lien, I know Father gave you an upper limit on the number of celestial crystals to bid for the 2 golden nematodes. However, our goal is not the golden nematodes, but the profound golden pill. Therefore, I hope you can ignore the upper limit. If it's necessary, Uncle Lien, you can pay me some celestial crystals first. I'll ask Father to return the celestial crystals to you when we return to the nation. The 7th prince of the Moran Nation was extremely excited when he learned he had a chance to obtain the profound golden pill. As long as he obtained the profound golden pill, he would be able to break through and become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. At that time, he was confident he would become the strongest person below celestial dukes in the Moran Nation. Although he was not as talented as Duan Lingtian from the supporting Fall Nation and Ling Juyan from the East Ming Nation, it was still enough for him to perform better in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Don't worry, Your Highness. I know what to do, the middle-aged man replied indifferently. In the palace of the Solitary Nation, there was a palace in the middle of the palace. The Emperor of the Solitary Nation had just finished listening to He Feng's words. The Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation wants a king-grade celestial alchemist to refine the profound golden pill for Duan Lingtian? As soon as He Feng finished speaking, the Emperor of the Solitary Nation shook his head and said, That's impossible. I know the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation very well. He's not that bold. The Emperor of the Solitary Nation said confidently. As the Emperor of the Solitary Nation, which was adjacent to the supporting Fall Nation, he knew the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation very well. The price of hiring a king-grade celestial alchemist was too high. The Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation was the kind of person who would not act unless he was certain Duan Lingtian would bring him great benefits. Otherwise, he would not pay such a high price to hire a king-grade celestial alchemist. If the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation didn't hire a king-grade celestial alchemist, could it be Huang Yuanfei? He doesn't have the ability to do that, right? He Feng frowned slightly. He doesn't have the ability to do that, the Emperor of the Solitary Nation said indifferently. However, don't forget about the people around him. For example, Bai Gang. Bai Gang? Upon hearing the Emperor of the Solitary Nation's words, He Feng's eyes widened as a thought appeared in his mind. Your Highness, are you saying that Duan Lingtian obtained a royal-grade celestial weapon from the sword-shaped origin stone and asked the Flying Tiger clan to send a king-grade celestial alchemist to refine the profound golden pill for him? Apart from that, I can't think of any other possibilities. The Emperor of the Solitary Nation said. After listening to the Emperor of the Solitary Nation's words, He Feng was certain this was the truth. 10 days passed in just a blink of an eye for people in the Devata realms. 10 days later, Duan Lingtian, who was sitting cross-legged on his bed, suddenly opened his eyes as a bright smile appeared on his face. I've finally become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's aura had changed slightly. With just a thought, the celestial origin energy that appeared on his body was no longer the same as before. This was because Duan Lingtian had officially become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. The profound golden pill's efficacy is really strong. With a wave of his hand, a pill bottle appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. It contained one of the 2 profound golden pills he had refined a few days ago. As for the other profound golden pill, he had consumed it a few days ago. He had only regained consciousness after he had completely digested its efficacy, and become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. I'm sure Uncle Huang has been waiting for a long time. When Duan Lingtian walked out of his room, he immediately looked up and saw it was almost noon. It seemed like the people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation had arrived. Brother Duan, you're finally out! Before Duan Lingtian could look away, a relieved voice rang in his ears. He could tell it was Huang Jialong's voice. Jialong! Duan Lingtian finally saw Huang Jialong standing next to Lu Guanglin in the courtyard. Brother Duan, did you succeed? Huang Jialong asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression on his face. Right now, his father and Elder Emo were entertaining the people from the East Ming Kingdom and Moran Kingdom in the main hall of the temporary residence they were currently residing in. The people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation had come for the profound golden pill. Duan Lingtian was worried because he did not know if the profound golden pill had been successfully refined. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and shook the pill bottle. Then, he tossed the pill bottle to Huang Jialong as though it was a piece of trash. Is this the profound golden pill? Huang Jialong took the pill bottle with a solemn expression on his face. He opened the bottle and saw the pill lying inside. The fragrance of the pill assailed his nostrils. Coupled with the unique glow on the pill, Huang Jialong could tell it was the profound golden pill. Huang Jialong's eyes lit up when he confirmed the pill bottle was the profound golden pill. He knew Duan Lingtian had succeeded. Brother Duan, did you only manage to refine 1 profound golden pill, or did you refine 2? Huang Jialong asked. He heaved a sigh of relief when he confirmed the pill bottle contained the profound golden pill. What do you think? Duan Lingtian deliberately revealed the aura of his soul to Huang Jialong. Huang Jialong was aware of Duan Lingtian's strength. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial! Huang Jialong's eyes lit up as a bright smile appeared on his face. Congratulations, Brother Duan! I didn't expect you to be able to refine 2 profound golden pills. Huang Jialong sighed. To think that I didn't have high hopes for you. I even thought Father was blind to trust you so much. It seems like I'm not as good as Father after all. As Huang Jialong lamented, a hint of guilt appeared on his face. Congratulations, my lord! At this moment, Lu Guanglin also congratulated Duan Lingtian. A hint of admiration could be seen in the depth of his eyes. Although he had confidence in his master, when he learned that his master had really refined 2 profound gold pills, he couldn't help but feel inexplicably shocked. The people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation should be here by now, right? Duan Lingtian asked. They're in the main hall. Father and old Mo are entertaining them. Since you've come out of your closed-door cultivation, let's go together. I'd like to see how many celestial crystals the people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation are willing to pay for the profound golden pill. Huang Jialong was anxious when he first arrived. However, when he returned, he no longer felt anxious. Instead, he was filled with anticipation. Chapter 2979. It was quite a distance away from Duan Lingtian's residence to the main hall of the imperial residence. Along the way, Huang Jialong said guiltily, "Brother Duan, I didn't believe you'd be able to refine the profound golden pill. You won't blame me, right?" Clearly, he was very concerned about this matter. After all, to a certain extent, this was because he did not trust Duan Lingtian. "Why would I blame you?" Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. "If I were you, I wouldn't believe I'd be able to refine the profound golden pill. After all, the profound golden pill is not an ordinary prominent celestial pill. However, I'm only a prominent celestial alchemist." After refining the profound golden pill, Duan Lingtian finally realized how difficult it was to refine the profound golden pill. It was no wonder it was rumored that not even 1 in 10,000 prominent celestial alchemists would be able to refine the profound golden pill. In fact, not even 1 in 100 supreme celestial alchemists would be able to refine the profound golden pill. If I didn't have the help of the Chaos Divine Flame and the Chaos Divine Earth, I wouldn't even have a 10% chance of successfully refining the profound golden pill with my current level of mastery in the alchemy Tao. Before refining the profound golden pill, Duan Lingtian had no idea how difficult it was to refine the profound golden pill. However, he now had a deeper understanding of the difficulty of refining the profound golden pill. If it were not for the help of the Chaos Divine Flame and the Chaos Divine Earth, he would not have been able to refine the profound golden pill. However, I didn't expect the Chaos Divine Earth to possess a cauldron and increase my success rate. Moreover, it seems like it can possess a defensive celestial artifact to increase its defensive ability. Previously, Duan Lingtian had thought the Chaos Divine Earth would be able to help him. However, he was still pleasantly surprised when he learned about the Chaos Divine Earth's ability. In the main hall, Huan Yuanfei and Old Mo were entertaining the people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation. There were 3 people from the East Ming Nation. Only 2 people from the Moran Nation had come. Brother Duan, the old man in the lead, is a one basic celestial king from the East Ming Nation. His name is Hu Qing, Duan Lingtian said. As for the 2 young men beside him, the silver-robed young man is the second prince of the East Ming Nation, while the gray-robed young man is the genius rogue cultivator, Ling Jiuyun, who made a name for himself during the Southern Heaven combat in the East Ming Nation. Before entering the main hall, Huang Jialong had already introduced the people from the East Ming Kingdom and the Moran Kingdom to Duan Lingtian. There are 2 people from the Moran Nation. One of them is a one basic celestial king of the Moran Nation. His name is Lian Jingxing. The other person is the 7th prince of the Moran Kingdom. By the time Huang Jialong finished his introduction to Duan Lingtian, they had already crossed the threshold and entered the main hall. "Father." Huang Jialong entered the hall and directly walked in front of Huan Yuanfei and handed over the pill bottle. Huan Yuanfei's eyes brightened when he saw Huang Jialong's action. At the same time, he sighed in relief. Although he was confident in Duan Lingtian, he still felt pressured when facing the celestial kings from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation. "Uncle Huang." At this moment, Duan Lingtian followed Huang Jialong to Huang Yuanfei's side. "Little Tian, thank you for your hard work." Huang Yuanfei nodded and smiled at Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. At this moment, he had already learned from his son that Duan Lingtian had successfully refined 2 profound golden pills. Moreover, he had already consumed one of them and successfully became a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. "Little Tian, allow me to introduce you." After Duan Lingtian arrived, Huang Yuanfei introduced the 5 people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he also introduced Duan Lingtian to the 5 people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation. "So, this is the genius sectless cultivator from the supporting Fall Nation who participated in the Southern Heaven combat. You're indeed young and capable." Lian Jingxing, the celestial king from the Moran Nation, glanced at Duan Lingtian before he turned to look at Ling Jiuyun from the East Ming Nation. I wonder who's stronger between little brother Duan and little brother Ling? Lian Jingxing was clearly trying to drive a wedge between the two of them. Alas, his attempt to drive a wedge between them was futile. Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyan looked at each other and smiled at each other. It was as though they had just met for the first time. There was no hint of hostility in their eyes at all. Huang Jialong was slightly surprised when he saw this. It seemed like Duan Lingtian was acquainted with the genius Seckless cultivator from the East Ming nation. However, what he did not know was that Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyan did not know each other at all. They had only met once yesterday morning, and there was nothing else between them. In fact, they did not even speak to each other at all. They know each other? Lian Jingxing's expression was slightly unsightly. He did not expect his attempt to drive a wedge between the two of them would end in this manner. City Governor Huang, you asked your son to retrieve the profound golden pill earlier. Now that he's back, he's passed this pill bottle to you. Is the profound golden pill in this bottle? Hu Qing, the celestial king from the East Ming nation, asked solemnly as he looked at the pill bottle in Huang Yuanfei's hand. That's right. Huang Yuanfei nodded as he poured the pill out of the bottle. It was a pill that emitted a faint fragrance, and was shrouded in a unique light. The profound golden pill. As soon as the pill appeared, the people from the East Ming nation and the Moran nation confirmed it. It was indeed a profound golden pill. Since the profound golden pill is here, let's not waste any more time. City Governor Huang, please state the starting price. Lian Jingxing urged as he looked at Huang Yuanfei. At this moment, Hu Qing also looked at Huang Yuanfei. There's no need for a starting price. Both of you, please state the price. Huang Yuanfei said with a smile. He was not worried that either of them would back out at the last minute since the profound golden pill was extremely important to both of them. In that case, I'll throw a brick to attract jade. 200,000 prominent celestial crystals. As soon as Huang Yuanfei finished speaking, Lian Jingxing immediately made a bid. He offered 200,000 high-grade celestial crystals. This price was equivalent to the price of 2 ordinary king-grade celestial weapons. Moreover, this was the highest price the Emperor of the Moran nation could bid for the 2 golden nematodes. The Emperor of the Moran nation did not think it was worth it to bid any higher. 300,000 prominent celestial crystals. As soon as Lian Jingxing finished speaking, Hu Qing immediately made a bid and added 100,000 prominent celestial crystals. It was as though the prominent celestial crystals were just a pile of rocks in his eyes. Elder Hu, you're really bold. Lian Jingxing's expression darkened when he heard Hu Qing's bid. He gritted his teeth and continued to bid. 310,000 prominent celestial crystals, 400,000 prominent celestial crystals. Hu Qing's expression remained unchanged as he said indifferently. Lian Jingxing's expression changed immediately. The 7th prince of the Moran nation's expression changed as well. They did not expect Hu Qing from the East Ming nation would bid 400,000 prominent celestial crystals for the profound golden pill without batting an eyelid. After all, the profound golden pill had appeared in the profound Nether Mansion's Thousand Nations territory before. However, the price of the profound golden pill on the black market was, at most, 200,000 prominent celestial crystals. It was rare for the price to exceed 300,000 prominent celestial crystals. After a few breaths, Lian Jingxing remained silent. Huang Yuanfei looked at Lian Jingxing and asked, Mr. Lian, are you going to continue bidding? Uncle Lian! The 7th prince of the Moran nation cried out anxiously as he looked at Lian Jingxing. 500,000 prominent celestial crystals! Lian Jingxing took a deep breath and stared at Hu Qing intently before he said in a deep voice. Elder Hu, if you continue bidding, I'll give up on the profound golden pill. However, is it really worth it to spend 500,000 prominent celestial crystals to buy a profound golden pill for an outsider? Lian Jingxing asked with a hint in his voice. He had bought the profound golden pill for the 7th prince of the Moran nation. The 7th prince of the Moran nation was a direct descendant of the Moran nation's imperial family. However, Hu Qing was bidding for the profound golden pill for an outsider. For this reason, Lian Jingxing asked Hu Qing. I know whether it's worth it or not. However, I still have to thank Brother Lian for giving up the profound golden pill, Hu Qing said indifferently. 510,000 prominent celestial crystals, Hu Qing said calmly. Then, he bid again. Humph! Lian Jingxing's expression darkened when he heard Hu Qing's bid. He scoffed before he left with the seventh prince of the Moran nation. The seventh prince of the Moran nation's expression was unsightly when he left. However, he knew he would not be able to obtain the profound golden pill today. 500,000 prominent celestial crystals was the limit he could afford. He did not think it was worth it to spend more than that. Congratulations, Elder Hu! Huang Yuanfei raised his hand and returned the profound golden pill to Hu Qing when he saw the seventh prince of the Moran nation and the seventh prince of the Moran nation leaving. Hu Qing also took out 510,000 prominent celestial crystals and handed them to Huang Yuanfei. Farewell, City Lord Huang. After the transaction was completed, Hu Qing bade farewell to Huang Yuanfei before he left with Ling Jiuyun and the second prince of the East Ming nation. For a time, only Duan Lingtian and the others were left in the spacious hall. Little Tian, you can keep this Samuru ring. Huang Yuanfei removed the ownership of the spatial ring Hu Qing had given him and passed it to Duan Lingtian. I've counted the spatial ring. There's a total of 510,000 prominent celestial crystals inside. Not a single one more or less. Uncle Huang, what are you doing? Duan Lingtian did not reach out to take the spatial ring. Although I'm the one who refined the profound golden pill, you're the one who bought the golden nematode for me. The other profound spirit flower that I used was also given to me by you, Uncle Huang. Of these 510,000 high-grade immortal crystals, I'll take 200,000 at most. Duan Lingtian's voice was filled with determination when he spoke. He had his principles, and he knew how to repay kindness. However, Huang Yuanfei was equally determined. Little Tian, you're going overboard. If it weren't for you, who can guarantee that the materials wouldn't be wasted? How about this? I'll take 10,000 prominent celestial crystals, and you can keep the remaining 500,000. Chapter 2980. In the end, Duan Lingtian gave in to Huang Yuanfei's demands and accepted the 500,000 prominent celestial crystals. According to Huang Yuanfei's words, His Majesty gave me 30,000 prominent celestial crystals to bid for the 2 golden nematodes. His Majesty is willing to pay so much for you because he wants you to become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial so that you'll stand out in the southern heaven ancient realm and be valued by the 3 sects and 2 clans. His Majesty will then be rewarded generously by the 3 sects and 2 clans. Therefore, you don't have to feel guilty. Just treat the 10,000 prominent celestial crystals as compensation for selling the profound spirit flower to you. You don't have to feel guilty, and you don't have to feel like you owe me a favor. These were Huang Yuanfei's exact words. However, despite Huang Yuanfei's words, Duan Lingtian was certain he owed Huang Yuanfei a favor. Duan Lingtian knew very well that Huang Yuanfei's words were not cheap. Let alone 500,000 prominent celestial crystals, even if it was only 100,000 or 200,000 prominent celestial crystals, it was still a huge sum to Huang Yuanfei. Now that we've settled our business in the solitary nation, it's time for us to return. Huang Yuanfei looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, Little Tian, go back and get ready. We'll return to the supporting Fall Nation tomorrow morning. Yes, Uncle Huang. Duan Lingtian nodded. Early the next morning, Duan Lingtian brought Lu Guanglin along with him to meet up with Huang Yuanfei, Huang Jialong, and Old Mo. When they arrived, the group stood on Elder Mo's main body and was led by Elder Mo on the way. When they returned, it was the same. However, when they returned, there was one person missing. It was none other than Bai Gang, who had left the solitary nation a few days ago. Bai Gang did not return to the supporting Fall Nation. Instead, he returned to the Flying Tiger clan with Bai Jingyu, the vice-patriarch of the Flying Tiger clan. During their journey, Duan Lingtian cultivated and comprehended the law of Earth's gravitational space profundity with the king-grade celestial method, the Black Rock Prison Method. Now that he had become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, his cultivation base had improved as well. One more step and they would become celestial monarchs. With the help of the chaos divine Earth, he had quickly comprehended the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth elemental profundity. The gravitational space profundity was one of the profundities of the law of Earth. With the help of the chaos divine Earth, Duan Lingtian was gaining new insights every second. Whether it's Earth, the mundane realms, or the Devata realms where I'm currently in, there's a gravitational force. Earth's gravity, under the circumstances of not using any power, one's body will fall towards the Earth's core. It's a gravitational force that belongs to the direction of gravity. As for the gravitational space profundity of the Earth laws, it does not only allow one to comprehend a downward gravitational force. Instead, it allows one to comprehend a gravitational force in any direction. For example, when the gravitational space power Upanishad shrouded something, it could use the gravitational force to move it everywhere, and not just in one direction. With the help of the chaos divine Earth, Duan Lingtian comprehended the law of Earth's gravitational space profundity through the Earth elemental profundity and the Black Rock Prison celestial method. During this time, he gained a deeper understanding of the gravitational space profundity. He knew the gravitational space profundity was one of the most powerful profundities in the law of Earth. Once I comprehend the gravitational space profundity, I'll be able to master the Black Rock Prison celestial method, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew he only needed to comprehend the gravitational space profundity to the initial stage to master the Black Rock Prison celestial method. This celestial method would only allow him to comprehend the gravitational space profundity to the rudimentary stage. If he wanted to improve his gravitational space profundity, he would have to obtain a royal grade celestial method or divine ability that contained the gravitational space profundity. A royal grade celestial method or divine ability that contained the gravitational space profundity would allow him to comprehend the gravitational space profundity to the initial stage. If he wanted to comprehend the gravitational space profundity to the mastery stage, he would have to obtain an emperor-grade celestial method or divine ability that contained the gravitational space profundity. About 10 days later, Duan Lingtian and the others returned to the capital of the supporting Fall Nation. After greeting Huang Jiaolong, Huan Yuanfei, and Old Mo, Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin returned to their residence in the Origin Gathering Hall. As soon as they entered their room and closed the door, the profound divine metal's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's mind. Boy, take out the main branch from the divine tree of life that you obtained from the solitary nation. Although Duan Lingtian did not know why the profound divine metal had asked him to do so, he still took out the main branch from the divine tree of life. After so many days, the main branch from the divine tree of life was still as green as ever. Now drip a drop of blood on it, the profound divine metal said. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to prick his finger, the chaos divine flame's voice rang in his mind. Although he has 99 heavenly veins and his innate talent is enough to gain the divine tree of life's approval, he's not a celestial duke and hasn't established his own little world. I'm afraid he's not strong enough to gain the approval of the divine tree of life, right? Upon hearing the chaos divine flame's words, Duan Lingtian realized the profound divine metal had asked him to do so to gain the approval of the divine tree of life. Now that he's a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, it'll be beneficial to him if he gains the approval of the divine tree of life. Moreover, he'll be able to sense the powerful life energy in the divine tree of life and increase his chances of comprehending the law of life. The profound divine metal said, I know he's not a celestial duke and hasn't established his own little world, so he's not strong enough to gain the approval of the divine tree of life. However, that's if he doesn't have our help. If we work together, we'll be able to deceive everyone and gain the approval of the divine tree of life. Although it'll consume a lot of our energy, it'll be worth it. Letting the divine tree of life recognize him as its master in advance can also help him refine and absorb the spirit energy of heaven and earth to the greatest extent, increasing his cultivation speed. Although the divine crystal in his hand can also help him absorb the spirit energy of heaven and earth to the greatest extent, it can't be refined. You should know the difference between the purified heaven and earth spirit energy and the unpurified heaven and earth spirit energy on his cultivation speed. After listening to the profound divine metal's words, the chaos divine flame fell silent for a moment before it said, "You're right. We all hope he'll grow stronger as soon as possible. If that's the case, we'll work together to gain the approval of the divine tree of life. The chaos divine earth won't have to do anything. After all, we still have to help him comprehend the law of earth." The chaos divine flame said, "That's right. That's why I don't want the chaos divine earth to do anything." The profound divine metal reminded Duan Lingtian, "Boy, don't waste time. Hurry up and drip your blood on the main branch of the divine tree of life." Although Duan Lingtian only understood half of the profound divine metal and the chaos divine flame's conversation, he could tell they were doing it for his own good. For this reason, he did not hesitate to prick his finger and drip a drop of blood on the main branch of the divine tree of life. Drip! As soon as Duan Lingtian's blood landed on the main branch of the divine tree of life, green halos appeared on the main branch of the divine tree of life. The halos blocked Duan Lingtian's blood, making it difficult for Duan Lingtian's blood to enter the main branch of the divine tree of life. At this moment, swoosh! Swoosh! The two energies that were not unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian intertwined with each other and whistled out of his body. The gold and gray energies merged with each other and merged with Duan Lingtian's blood. The vast energies seemed to be compressed and condensed at this moment. After all, the volume of a drop of blood was only so big. When the golden and gray energies merged with Duan Lingtian's drop of blood, the drop of blood seemed to have become extremely heavy. Drip! Another soft sound rang out. That drop of blood directly broke through the layer of jade-green halo. The whole process was like a drop of water penetrating a stone. Drip! 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 There was a soft sound, which meant that a layer of green light had been pierced through. After a few times, the rings of green light around the tree of life were all pierced through. Drip! In the end, Duan Lingtian's blood fell on the sacred tree of life as he wished. To be precise, it fell on the main branch of the sacred tree of life. This was not the complete divine tree of life. It was only one of the main branches of the Lord of Life. The blood fell and fused with the main branch of the tree of life. In an instant, it was like water and milk, completely fusing into one. At that moment, Duan Lingtian clearly sensed a mysterious connection between him and the main branch of the sacred tree of life. Through this connection, he could clearly sense the powerful life force contained within the main branch of the divine tree of life. This powerful life force gave him a majestic and boundless feeling. He had never felt such a powerful life force from anyone or anything. Whoosh! While Duan Lingtian was still feeling the powerful life force of the main branch of the divine tree of life, the main branch of the divine tree of life turned into a ray of light and entered his body. At the same time, Duan Lingtian came back to his senses and looked inside himself. When he discovered the location of the main branch of the divine tree of life, he was scared out of his wits again. Heavens! What did he see? The main branch of the divine tree of life was like the roots of an old tree, tightly entrenched in his heart. At the same time, a powerful life force surged into his heart and spread throughout his body. Chapter 2981. However, even after Duan Lingtian had retracted his aura, he could still clearly feel the boundless vitality in his body. However, it was no longer as ostentatious as before. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt as though his entire body was filled with vitality. It was as though he had been reborn. What's the divine tree of life? I feel like every single part of my body has been infused with an extremely powerful life force. Under such circumstances, I wonder if my recovery ability will be as good as the tree of life's main branch. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he recalled what had happened during the auction in the solitary nation. At that time, the old man on the auction stage had almost severed the main branch of the divine tree of life. However, in just a few breaths, the branch had returned to its original state. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and looked at his left arm. In the next moment, he raised his right arm, and a faint beam of light swept past his left arm, leaving a wound that was 1 inch deep. Normally, with his physique as an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he would be able to heal such a wound in just a day even if he did not use his celestial origin energy, or take any pills. However, as soon as the wound appeared, Duan Lingtian was shocked to discover that the wound on his arm had disappeared. Although he did not use his celestial origin energy, or take any pills to heal the wound, it only took him 2 breaths to heal it completely. In the time of 2 breaths, Duan Lingtian witnessed his wound wriggling and healing at an extremely exaggerated speed. This, Duan Lingtian was shocked. He did not expect he would have the same recovery ability as the Divine Tree of Life. As soon as the Divine Tree of Life acknowledged you as its master, it shared its recovery ability with you. Duan Lingtian was still in a daze when the Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in his ears again. This is just one of the main branches from the Divine Tree of Life. One of the main branches of the Divine Tree of Life. How many main branches does the Divine Tree of Life have? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Apart from the main trunk, the Divine Tree of Life has a total of 80 main branches. Including the main trunk, it has 81 main branches, the same number as the main branches in the Devata realms. However, what you've obtained is only one of the 80 main branches of the Divine Tree of Life that's inferior to the main trunk. Just this main branch alone possesses such amazing self-healing and recovery abilities. You can imagine how terrifying the self-healing and recovery abilities of a complete Tree of Life are. The Chaos Divine Earth's voice, when it reached the end of its sentence, its voice trembled slightly. It was clear it knew how terrifying a complete Divine Tree of Life was. I've only obtained one of the main branches of the Divine Tree of Life? Apart from the main trunk, it's one of the other main branches of the main trunk? Duan Lingtian was shocked. He had thought that the main branch of the Tree of Life he had obtained must be very important to the Tree of Life, since it possessed such terrifying self-healing abilities. It did not cross his mind that it was only one of the main branches of the Divine Tree of Life. Moreover, it was one of the main branches that was not that important. Although you've only obtained a small part of the Divine Tree of Life, it's enough to show how lucky you are. This isn't something an ordinary person can possess. The Hongmeng Divine Tree continued. You've already seen the regenerative ability of this small branch of the Divine Tree of Life. You can imagine how powerful the complete Divine Tree of Life is. It's not something an ordinary person can destroy. Moreover, the Divine Tree of Life can only be found in the realms of gods. There's only one Divine Tree of Life in each realm of gods. At this moment, Duan Lingtian interrupted the Chaos Divine Earth. Realms of gods? Duan Lingtian immediately thought of the Divine Offering Land where Kerr and his family and friends were. Could the Divine Offering Land be the realm of gods that the Chaos Divine Earth had mentioned? Duan Lingtian thought so because of the strength of the people from the Divine Offering Land. Kerr's cousin in her past life, Yun Qinyan, had easily defeated the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang. Although they were not master and disciple, Feng Qingyang was forced to flee to the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. At that time, Feng Qingyang was already the heavenly emperor of a Devata realm, the solitary destructive heaven. The Divine Offering Land is separated from the Devata realms and the mundane realms. It's a realm created by a supreme powerhouse. Duan Lingtian remembered the words of Xia Jie, Kerr's third uncle in her past life. For this reason, when the Chaos Divine Earth mentioned the realms of gods, the first thing that came to his mind was the Divine Offering Land. What? Boy, you haven't heard of the realms of gods? The Chaos Divine Earth asked when it saw Duan Lingtian's reaction. It's not surprising that you haven't heard of it. After all, you're still far from knowing about the realms of gods. The realms of gods. Are they superior to the Devata realms? Duan Lingtian asked. Sort of. The Chaos Divine Earth replied. Sort of? What do you mean by that? Duan Lingtian frowned. The realms of gods are much smaller than the Devata realms. However, the powerhouses in the realms of gods are much stronger than those in the Devata realms. The Chaos Divine Earth said. The Chaos Divine Earth said, since ancient times, there have only been 18 realms of gods. It's said that the 18 realms of gods were created by 18 supreme powerhouses. They're different from Devata realms and mundane realms. The former is created by humans, while the latter is created by humans. Supreme powerhouses. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. It seemed like the divine offering land was indeed one of the realms of gods. Moreover, there were only 18 realms of gods like the divine offering land since ancient times. In the beginning, only the family and friends of the 18 supreme powerhouses and their descendants lived in the realms of gods. Later on, their descendants would enter the Devata realms to look for their partners, and bring them back to the realms of gods. As time passed, more and more people came to the realms of gods. Some of them even wanted to enter the realms of gods to break through the shackles of becoming a celestial emperor and become a god. This was because there were many people who were stronger than celestial emperors in the realms of gods. They were called gods. Their strength was far stronger than celestial emperors. Some of them could even easily defeat heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. The Chaos Divine Earth's voice grew louder as it spoke. A hint of warning could be heard in its voice as it continued to say, for this reason, boy, you might think that heavenly emperors in the Devata realms are invincible. As Duan Lingtian continued to communicate with the Chaos Divine Earth, he gained a deeper understanding of the realms of gods. The divine offering land was indeed one of the realms of gods. Since ancient times, there were only 18 realms of gods. It was not because there were only 18 supreme powerhouses in the realms of gods. It was because there were only 18 realms of gods in the realms of gods. Once a new supreme powerhouse was born, as long as he could kill another supreme powerhouse, he would be able to destroy the other supreme powerhouse's realms of gods and create his own realms of gods. On the other hand, if one was killed instead, he would die, let alone create his own realms of gods. Apart from that, 6 of the realms of gods existed in the same space, parallel to each other. Every 10,000 years, 2 of the realms of gods would collide with each other, and this would last for 1,000 years. At that time, the realms of gods would tremble, and the spatial passages leading to the Devata realms would be closed. During this time, those who were in the Devata realms would not be able to return to their realms of gods, and those who were in the Devata realms would not be able to return to their realms of gods. It seems like the divine offering land and another realm of gods gave me these 1,000 years of time, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Moreover, the divine offering land is going to enter an eventful period, so Kerr won't be forced to marry during this time. However, once peace is restored in the divine offering land, Kerr will be forced to marry. Kerr's father and Yunqing Yen will threaten Kerr with the lives of my family and friends. Duan Lingtian clenched his fists when he thought about this. His eyes were bloodshot as he thought to himself, I'm too weak. I'm too weak now. There are many gods in the realms of gods. Many of them are even stronger than heavenly emperors. After learning about the existence of the realms of gods, Duan Lingtian felt even more insignificant. Although the realms of gods were not as big as the Devata realms, the heaven and earth spirit energy in them was much more abundant than in the Devata realms. It was difficult for a Devata realm to produce a god that was stronger than a celestial emperor. However, the realms of gods could easily produce a god. This was the biggest difference between the realms of gods and the Devata realms. Boy, do you know how the supreme powerhouses who created the realms of gods were born? The Chaos Divine Earth asked with a chuckle. How? Duan Lingtian asked. Most supreme powerhouses have at least one of the 5 divine elements with them. Most of their strength comes from the 5 divine elements, the Chaos Divine Earth said. Duan Lingtian nodded. The final form of the divine elements? Duan Lingtian was confused. He had 3 divine elements by his side, so he naturally knew how difficult it was for the divine elements to transform and evolve into their final forms. Yes, the Chaos Divine Earth continued to say. The 5 divine elements can help any living being become a supreme powerhouse. Once the omnipotent expert is born, the final form of the 5 divine elements will also be born at the instant of the omnipotent expert's birth. By borrowing the power that appeared at the same time as the omnipotent expert's birth, they will be able to give birth to their own bodies. Chapter 2982. The profound divine metal and primal chaos divine flame in our bodies are also from this. As long as the 5 divine elements evolves to the second form, they'll be able to gain sentience. Sentience is a new form, but because we have inherited memories, we know what we are and what we'll face in the future. We'll either be devoured by the same 5 divine elements, lose our sentience, and disappear from heaven and earth. Or we'll continue to devour the same 5 divine elements until we reach our final forms. At that time, we'll be able to help our hosts become a supreme powerhouse and leave the 5 divine elements to form our own bodies. The Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice sounded a little dejected as it continued to say, "In the long river of history, there are very few 5 divine elements who manage to reach their final forms. I only hope that the 3 of us will be able to reach the end if we follow you." When the Chaos Divine Earth reached the end of its sentence, it did not seem to be very confident. Duan Lingtian remained silent. After a while, Duan Lingtian asked curiously, "Why can there only be 18 realms of gods? Why can't there be a 19th realm of gods?" "No. That's because of the law of heaven and earth. The law of heaven and earth states that only 18 realms of gods can exist in heaven and earth," the Chaos Divine Earth said. "Even the strongest powerhouses can't change that." "The law of heaven and earth?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. "What's that?" "The law of heaven and earth is vague. No one can say for sure what it is, but it exists. For example, the lightning penalty oath in the mundane realms is one of the laws of heaven and earth. Moreover, it's also one of the laws of heaven and earth in the Devata realms. Very few people can cultivate to godhood. It's also one of the laws of heaven and earth that only 18 realms of gods can exist in heaven and earth. In this world, the strongest known experts are those supreme experts who have the ability to establish outstanding divine planes. But even those supreme experts are like ants in front of the laws of heaven and earth. There was once a supreme powerhouse who tried to create a 19th realm of gods. Do you know what happened to him in the end?" The Chaos Divine Earth asked Duan Lingtian. "What happened?" Duan Lingtian was curious. Since this realm could only hold 18 realms of gods at most, it would be a violation of the laws of heaven and earth if someone tried to create a 19th realm of gods by force. The laws of heaven and earth sent down heavenly punishment and instantly obliterated him. Moreover, it was the type that turned him into ashes," said the Chaos Divine Earth. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. A supreme expert. The existence that stood at the pinnacle of this world was reduced to ashes in front of the heavenly punishment of the heavens and earth? At this moment, Duan Lingtian deeply realized just how terrifying the laws of heaven and earth were. That was definitely an existence that could not be defied. After a long while, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses and changed the topic. "You said earlier that most people who become ultimate powerhouses have the divine elements in their final form by their side. Based on what you're saying, there's actually someone who managed to become a paragon without the 5 divine elements by his side?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously. "Yes," the Chaos Divine Earth replied. The Chaos Divine Earth nodded before it continued to say, "Those people's comprehension abilities surpass heaven and earth. They've comprehended one of the 4 top laws to its peak and mastered it. That's how they're rewarded by the law of heaven and earth, allowing them to be reborn and become supreme powerhouses." "The 4 supreme laws?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously. "Don't tell me you're referring to the first-tier supreme laws that are impossible to comprehend in celestial methods and divine abilities?" "That's right," the Chaos Divine Earth replied. "The strongest law in celestial methods and divine abilities can only be considered as the second-tier supreme laws. As for the laws, they are generally divided into 2 great echelons. The first echelon only has 4 laws, while the second echelon has many." The Chaos Divine Earth's tone changed slightly when it mentioned the first-tier supreme laws. "Apart from the law of life, what are the other 3 types of laws in the first-tier supreme laws?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously. "The other 3 types of laws are the law of time, the law of space, and the law of death." The chaos divine earth replied to Duan Lingtian solemnly. The law of time and the law of space are collectively known as the law of space-time. The law of life and the law of death are collectively known as the law of life and death. The supreme laws in heaven and earth are the law of space-time, the law of life, and the law of life and death. Nothing can escape from the four supreme laws. The chaos divine earth said in one breath. The law of time, the law of space, the law of life, and the law of death correspond to time, space, life, and death respectively. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. Indeed. Nothing could escape from time, space, life, and death. Time was constantly flowing, and nothing in the world could go against it. Space was the foundation upon which all things stood. Life was the foundation of everything. Death was the calamity of everything. With the same cultivation base, the profundities comprehended from the laws are similar as well. However, if one has only comprehended the second-tier supreme laws, and the other has comprehended the first-tier supreme laws, the latter will be able to suppress the former. It's because he has comprehended one of the four supreme laws. The chaos divine earth said, Of course, the four supreme laws are powerful, but it's extremely difficult to comprehend them. First of all, one needs a fortuitous encounter. Secondly, one needs a high level of comprehension. The four supreme laws have a high requirement for one's comprehension. The chaos divine earth paused for a moment before it continued to say, For this reason, we can only say that you'll have a chance to comprehend the law of life after obtaining the divine tree of life, but we can't guarantee that you'll be able to comprehend the law of life. Since the main branch of the divine tree of life has acknowledged you as its master, you'll be able to sense its powerful vitality. This is also your fortuitous encounter with the law of life. If you're lucky and have a high level of comprehension, you'll be able to comprehend the law of life. However, if you're unlucky and have a low level of comprehension, you won't be able to comprehend the law of life even if the divine tree of life acknowledges you as its master. Moreover, not just anyone can make the divine tree of life acknowledge you as its master. The most important condition to make the divine tree of life acknowledge you as its master is to possess 99 heavenly veins. Apart from that, you must be a celestial duke. However, it's not difficult to deceive the heavens with some tricks. The most important condition is that even a supreme powerhouse can't deceive the heavens. This is also a restriction set by the law of heaven and earth. Everyone has to abide by it. Upon hearing the chaos divine earth's words, Duan Lingtian realized that the reason the divine tree of life had acknowledged him as its master was because he possessed 99 heavenly veins. Are there many people with 99 heavenly veins? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. According to my inherited memories, in this world, under the restrictions of the laws of heaven and earth, the number of people with 99 heavenly veins that exist at the same time in each era will not exceed 100. Apart from that, not everyone with 99 heavenly veins can become a supreme powerhouse. Only a small number of supreme powerhouses possess 99 heavenly veins. However, those people, without exception, are the best of the best among the strongest. The chaos divine earth continued to explain. Upon hearing the chaos divine earth's words, Duan Lingtian came to a realization. Having 99 heavenly veins was only a small part of his advantage. It would not affect his future achievements. Apart from myself, Huaner is the only other person with 99 heavenly veins I've met in my life. I didn't expect there to be so many people with 99 heavenly veins like me and Huaner in this world. As for those with 99 heavenly veins in this world where experts are as common as the clouds, there should be many who have fallen. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Apart from that, don't think you're amazing just because you possess 99 heavenly veins. In fact, if news of you possessing 99 heavenly veins spreads, even supreme powerhouses without 99 heavenly veins might try to kill you. That's because once an existence with 99 heavenly veins becomes an omnipotent expert, their strength will surpass the majority of omnipotent experts without 99 heavenly veins. Throughout history, there have been countless geniuses with 99 heavenly veins who died in the hands of supreme powerhouses when they were on the verge of becoming a supreme powerhouse. Of course, before you've truly matured and become a supreme expert, those who don't possess 99 heavenly veins won't target you. After all, at that time, you're not even worth mentioning in their eyes. Because of that, with the warning of history, as long as one knew about this period of history, one would not easily expose the fact that one possessed 99 heavenly veins. Having 99 heavenly veins is both a blessing and a curse. Therefore, boy, although you possess 99 heavenly veins, it's best if you don't reveal it so easily. Otherwise, you'll be killed when you reach that level. The Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice was heavy when it reached the end of its sentence. Understood. Duan Lingtian nodded solemnly. It was fine if he did not know about it in the past. However, now that he knew about it, he would not easily reveal that he possessed 99 heavenly veins. No matter what happens in the future, the Chaos Divine Flame, the Profound Divine Metal, and I will do our best to help you. However, you'll have to depend on yourself to see how far you can go. Chapter 2983. Unless you're really unlucky and die halfway, we won't change hosts so easily. After all, we won't be able to find a better host than you, the Chaos Divine God said. Huang Xiaolong nodded. It was only at this moment that Duan Lingtian realized the reason the 5 divine elements were willing to stay in his body was because he had 99 heavenly veins. He was the most suitable host for any of the 5 divine elements. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian began to process the information that the Chaos Divine Earth had just told him. Although it was not a lot of information, it was still shocking. The realms of gods. Supreme powerhouses. The 4 supreme laws. After a long time, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. He asked the Chaos Divine Earth again. Previously, the Profound Divine Metal said that the main branch of the Divine Tree of Life is beneficial to all of you as well, right? Yes. Since you've obtained the main branch of the Divine Tree of Life, your body will undergo a complete transformation. You'll possess powerful healing abilities, the Chaos Divine Earth replied. In that case, we'll be affected as well. If we encounter another 5 divine element in the future, we won't have to fear them even if we have to fight them one-on-one. After all, the main branch of the Divine Tree of Life will provide us with an endless supply of vitality. To put it simply, now that the Profound Divine Metal and Primal Chaos Divine Flame are in a deep slumber, even if the third form Chaos Divine Earth tries to devour and assimilate me, I won't be afraid of it since I have the Divine Tree of Life's main branch to provide me with strong life energy. Even if I'm injured, I'll be able to recover quickly. After listening to the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duan Lingtian realized how terrifying the main branch of the Divine Tree of Life was. Even if the Chaos Divine Earth, Chaos Divine Flame, and Profound Divine Metal were injured, the main branch could help them heal quickly. Lad, the main branch of the Divine Tree of Life has acknowledged you as its host. It's not just a change in your physique. The Chaos Divine Earth chuckled before it said, "Now try cultivating it." Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. He closed his eyes and began to circulate the Tai mystic skill, a king-grade divine art. This was also Duan Lingtian's first time cultivating after the main branch of the Divine Tree of Life had recognized him as its master. When Duan Lingtian absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy, he discovered his current speed of absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy was even faster than when he had the help of the divine crystal. He actually broke through the limit? Duan Lingtian originally thought that with the help of the divine crystals, the speed at which he could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was already the limit. But now, the speed at which he absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was much faster than when he had the help of the divine crystals. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian was shocked to discover that, after the spiritual energy of heaven and earth entered his body, it didn't immediately flow into his heavenly veins. Instead, it flowed into the main branch of the Divine Tree of Life around his heart. After circling around the main branch, it flowed into his heavenly veins through his heart. However, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that after the world energy of heaven and earth circulated around the main branch of the Divine Tree of Life, it became extremely pure. There were no impurities at all. The efficiency of circulating the world energy of heaven and earth in one's body was several times higher than the usual amount of world energy of heaven and earth. It feels like my cultivation speed is at least 10 times faster than when I cultivated with the help of the divine crystals. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes abruptly. His heart skipped a beat when he saw the world energy of heaven and earth. He did not expect the divine tree of life to bring him such benefits after it had recognized him as its master. The divine crystals paled in comparison to the divine tree of life. How is it? The moment Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, the Chaos Divine Earth asked, "Do you feel the benefits of the divine tree of life now? How can it be so great? Previously, when I cultivated with the help of the divine crystals, my cultivation speed wasn't even 1/10 of what it is now." Duan Lingtian's tone was filled with astonishment. "It's not that great," the Chaos Divine Earth said indifferently. "The divine crystals you mentioned are rare in the Devata realms. However, in the realms of gods, they're not rare at all. As for the divine trees of life, they can only be found in the realms of gods. Moreover, there's only one divine tree of life in each realm of gods. This is the law of heaven and earth. In other words, there are only 18 divine trees of life in this world, and you've obtained one of the main branches of one of the divine trees of life." The Chaos Divine Earth continued to say, "Let alone those from the Devata realms, even those from the realms of gods might not have such fortuitous encounters. After all, not just anyone can destroy the divine tree of life. Even a supreme powerhouse wouldn't be able to do so. The divine tree of life would only be damaged when the realms of gods collide. The damaged divine tree of life would lose some of its branches and fall into the spatial turbulence before it's lost in a Devata realm. Generally speaking, those who can obtain a main branch from the divine tree of life are those with great luck. Naturally, there are also those who don't know what's good for them and give them away. Just like the main branch of the divine tree of life you obtained. That bullshit immortal king didn't know what was good for him, so you took advantage of him." Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood the origin of the main branch from the divine tree of life. When the realms of gods collide, will the divine tree of life lose many of its main branches? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Not necessarily. Some divine trees of life might lose more than a dozen main branches when they're heavily damaged. Some divine trees of life might only lose a few main branches when they're not damaged. Some divine trees of life might be damaged, but they'll heal themselves in time and won't lose a single main branch. In this world, those who can obtain a main branch from the divine tree of life are those with great luck. The Chaos Divine Earth said. Duan Lingtian nodded. If the main branch from the divine tree of life in my body is exposed, will it be taken away by others? Duan Lingtian asked. After experiencing the benefits of the main branch from the divine tree of life, he wished the main branch would stay rooted in his body forever. First of all, the main branch from the divine tree of life will only acknowledge those who possess 99 heavenly veins as their master. Even if you drip a drop of blood on the main branch of the divine tree of life, it won't acknowledge you as its master. In response to Duan Lingtian's question, the Chaos Divine Earth continued to explain. Secondly, although ordinary people can't make the main branch of the divine tree of life acknowledge them as their master, they can still carry it with them and use it to comprehend the law of life. Of course, it'll be more difficult for them to comprehend the law of life under such circumstances. This is because if the main branch of the divine tree of life doesn't acknowledge its master, the person who owns it won't be able to get close to it and sense its powerful vitality. If the main branch of the divine tree of life doesn't acknowledge its master, it can be taken away. However, if the main branch of the divine tree of life recognizes its master as its master, even if its master is killed, it'll tear a hole in space and escape into the chaotic current of space when its master's heart stops beating. Therefore, since the main branch of the divine tree of life has acknowledged you as its master, you don't have to worry about it being taken away by others. Those who are capable of discovering the main branch of the divine tree of life will also discover that the main branch of the divine tree of life has acknowledged you as its master. Unless they have a grudge against you, they won't kill you and harm you without benefiting themselves. Upon hearing the Chaos Diviner's words, Duan Lingtian was certain the divine tree of life in his body would not be taken away by others. He heaved a sigh of relief. He was really worried that some powerful beings would steal the divine tree of life from him after discovering it. Divine crystal! When Duan Lingtian raised his hand, a necklace pendant appeared in his hand. When he opened it, the divine crystal was inside. It was the divine crystal that Huaner had left for him. Now that I have the main branch of the divine tree of life, the divine crystal is useless to me. Huaner, where are you? Every time Duan Lingtian saw the divine crystal, he would be reminded of Huaner who had left it for him. Usually, he could suppress his emotions. However, now that the main branch of the divine tree of life had replaced the divine crystal, he could no longer suppress his emotions. The Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was akin to a saint land in the Southern Heaven territory. There were many entrances to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and the Southern Heaven territory that were located in Grade 6 celestial mansions. The authority to open the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was usually in the hands of the Grade 6 celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven territory. Generally, Grade 6 celestial mansions would delegate the authority to open the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to Grade 7 forces. Naturally, Grade 7 forces that were granted the authority to open the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were all subordinate forces of Grade 6 celestial mansions. Even if they were not direct subordinates of Grade 6 celestial mansions, they would be indirect subordinates of Grade 6 celestial mansions. As a Grade 6 celestial mansion, the Profound Nether Mansion had a total of 5 Grade 7 forces in its territory. They were known as the 3 sects and 2 clans. As the name implied, the 3 sects and 2 clans consisted of 3 sects and 2 clans. The entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in the Profound Nether Mansion was located above a lake called the Scaling Cloud Lake. The Scaling Cloud Lake was a vast lake with clear water. The surface of the lake was shrouded in a layer of mist that resembled white clouds. This was where the name Scaling Cloud Lake came from. Over the past few days, the Scaling Cloud Lake that was rarely visited by people from all over the place was now filled with people from all directions. These people were gathered here for the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm that would open in 3 days. This is the Scaling Cloud Lake. A group of people flew over from the Scaling Cloud Lake. The Scaling Cloud Lake? This is the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in the Profound Nether Mansion. Chapter 2984. They were none other than Duan Lingtian and the others from the supporting Fall Nation. After traveling from the supporting Fall Nation, Duan Lingtian and the others arrived at the entrance of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm 3 days in advance. It was the Scaling Cloud Lake. Your Majesty, is the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm at the bottom of this lake? Huang Jialong asked curiously as he stood next to Duan Lingtian and looked at the leader of the group of people. The leader of the group was a tall and majestic middle-aged man. He was none other than Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. However, Hu Lin Yi did not wear the dragon robe that he usually wore in the supporting Fall Nation. Instead, he wore a long dark golden robe that made him look very low-key. Apart from the emperors of the thousands of Grade 8 celestial kingdoms in the Thousand Nations territory, even the 3 sects and 2 clans would send their powerhouses to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Naturally, Hu Lin Yi did not dare to wear the dragon robe that symbolized the emperor. Previously, when the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opened, an emperor from a Grade 8 celestial kingdom had come to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm wearing a dragon robe. In the end, he was killed by a powerhouse from the 3 sects and 2 clans for not showing any respect to the 3 sects and 2 clans and the Profound Nether Mansion. Since then, no other emperor from a Grade 8 celestial kingdom dared to wear a dragon robe in such a place. It's not at the bottom of the lake. It's above the center of the lake. Hu Lin smiled in response to Huang Jialong's question. Huang Jialong was the most outstanding son of Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City. Even in the past, Huang Yuanfei had taken great care of this capable son of his, let alone now that Huang Yuanfei's status in Passage City had changed. Ever since Bai Gang, a powerhouse from the city governor's estate in Passage City, obtained a royal-grade celestial weapon from the Flying Tiger clan, a grade 6 force in the profound Nether Mansion. Hu Linyi knew Bai Gang was no longer the same person he used to be. After Huang Yuanfei returned, Hu Linyi learned Bai Gang would return as a silver-striped flying tiger in 10 years. At that time, he knew that even he couldn't treat Passage City as the Passage City of the past. Therefore, whether it was Huang Yuanfei or Huang Yuanfei's son, he did not dare to slight them in the slightest. This time, the leader of the supporting Fall Nation was none other than the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, Hu Linyi. An old man stood next to Hu Linyi. He was a one basic celestial king from the supporting Fall Nation's imperial family. The remaining 9 people, including Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiaolong, were the 9 people who had obtained a spot to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm during the Southern Heaven combat in the supporting Fall Nation. Among them were Hu Jiyong, the 4th prince of the supporting Fall Nation's imperial family, and Huang Jiachao, the son of the city governor of Passage City. Huang Jialong was Huang Jialong's younger brother. There were also 5 other people, 3 men and 2 women. Both women had outstanding appearances, especially one of them. Very few women could compare to her in terms of beauty. She was also a rogue cultivator. Beside her was an old lady. She was also a one basic celestial king. The old lady was also a rogue cultivator. During their journey, Duan Lingtian had heard about the old lady from the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. For this reason, not only was he aware the old lady was a one basic celestial king, but he was also aware she was the grandmother of the woman next to her. The woman's name was Meng Qiuyu. Meng Qiuyu's grandmother was called Mengpa. Meng Qiuyu is stronger than He Qian. Duan Lingtian's gaze lingered on Meng Qiuyu for a moment before he shifted his gaze to the other woman among the 9 people who had obtained a spot to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. She was He Qian, the daughter of a powerful clan in the supporting Fall Nation. "Let's go! Let's go!" Hu Linyi said before he took the lead and flew into the sky above the scaling cloud lake. Duan Lingtian and the others followed closely behind him. So many people! Before entering the scaling cloud lake, Duan Lingtian saw many people. However, as he neared the center of the scaling cloud lake, he saw a huge crowd of people. They were so dense that they looked like dark clouds. It was as though a dark cloud was pressing down on the city. "Brother Duan, I've told you before that there will be more than 15,000 people entering the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in the profound Nether Mansion's territory," Duan Lingtian said with a smile. "Now that the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is about to open, I'm sure there will be more people coming. Take the supporting Fall Nation as an example. There are 3 people from each of the sects who came. Even if each of the sects only sent 2 or 3 people, it's still a huge number." When Huang Jialong saw the shock in Duan Lingtian's eyes, he said with a smile, "When the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opens in 3 days, I'm sure there will be at least 20,000 people gathered above the scaling cloud lake." Duan Lingtian lifted his eyes to look at his surroundings. After a rough calculation, he found that there were at least 2,000 to 3,000 people in his field of vision. This place was only close to the center of the scaling cloud lake. It was not the center of the scaling cloud lake. The entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is opened by powerhouses from the 3 sects and 2 clans. They'll usually arrive a day before the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to distribute accumulative point jades to those who are preparing to enter the lower realm. Hu Linyi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, explained to Duan Lingtian and the others as he led them to the center of the scaling cloud lake. Accumulative point jades? Duan Lingtian and the others were confused when they heard this. After all, none of them knew about the rules of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The accumulative point jade is a type of celestial artifact that the 3 sects and 2 clans specially prepared for all of you. Naturally, it can only be considered as a low-grade celestial artifact. Moreover, unlike other celestial artifacts, not only does it not possess any offensive or defensive abilities, but it also cannot assist all of you. They don't have any offensive or defensive abilities, Hu Linyi explained. Moreover, every accumulative point jade is unique to its owner. In the beginning, each accumulative point jade only contains 1 point. If you want to accumulate more points, you'll have to kill other people to obtain more points. Hu Linyi glanced at Duan Lingtian and the others who were preparing to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Meanwhile, those who were unaware of the rules to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, including Duan Lingtian, gasped when they heard the rules. The lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is a place where overarching heavenly supreme celestials can kill each other? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At the same time, he glanced at Huang Jialong. It was no wonder Huang Jialong had told him the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was a cruel place. If he was unlucky, he might not be able to escape alive. Huang Jialong did not tell him the reason. Huang Jialong knew the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation would tell him later. He did not want Duan Lingtian to think too much about it. There are many fortuitous encounters in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, such as cultivation methods, celestial methods, divine abilities, medicinal pills, precious materials, king-grade celestial weapons, and so on. However, it's up to your luck and strength to obtain them. You can hide in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm until the powerhouses from the 3 sects and 2 clans reopen the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Even if you don't obtain anything, you'll still be able to join the 3 sects and 2 clans. Upon hearing Hu Linyi's words, those who were weaker sighed in relief. They had regretted winning a place in the Southern Heaven combat after learning about the dangers in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. As long as they could hide in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, it would not be difficult for them to leave the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm alive. For a time, they calmed down and decided to hide in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Perhaps, they would be able to obtain some treasures while keeping a low profile in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. It did not cross their minds at all. Your Majesty, when will the powerhouses from the 3 sects and 2 clans reopen the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Duan Lingtian asked. Previously, they would only reopen the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm after 60% of the people who entered the lower realm have died. However, once the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is reopened, you won't be able to obtain any points even if you kill the person who entered the lower realm. Correspondingly, after you enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, you'll only be able to kill each other and obtain points once the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is reopened. Does this mean it's the same this time? Duan Lingtian asked again. 60%. Upon hearing Hu Linyi's words, the few overarching heavenly supreme celestials who were not confident in their strength began to feel anxious again. This ratio, in other words, based on the ratio, only 4 of the 9 people from the supporting Fall Nation would be able to survive after entering the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. This time, if nothing unexpected happens, it will be the same. Hu Linyi glanced at Duan Lingtian and the others before he said indifferently. In other words, the 9 of you only have a 40% chance of surviving. Naturally, the stronger you are, the more likely you'll be able to survive. Even if you're not strong, you'll still be able to survive by relying on luck and keeping a low profile. Naturally, I hope you'll try your best to obtain as many points as possible. After all, you'll only be valued by the 3 sects and 2 clans if you manage to rank high on the scoreboard. Hu Linyi continued to speak. However, Duan Lingtian and the others did not agree with Hu Linyi's words. Naturally, they knew why Hu Linyi said that. If they managed to survive and rank high on the scoreboard, Hu Linyi would naturally be rewarded by the 3 sects and 2 clans since he was the one who had recommended them. The higher one's ranking was, the better the reward would be. On the other hand, the lower one's ranking was, the worse the reward would be. Huh! Isn't that Emperor Hu from the supporting Fall Nation? Chapter 2985. When Duan Lingtian and the others heard the voice, they noticed Hu Linyi, the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, had stopped in his tracks. They followed Hu Linyi's gaze and looked in the direction of the voice. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian and the others saw 12 people flying toward them in the distance. Moreover, they were flying toward them, The person in the lead was a middle-aged man with a medium build who was dressed in a green robe. He had a dignified aura about him. It was obvious he had been in a high position for a long time. Behind him, two old men followed him like shadows. One of the old men carried a sheathed sword on his back, while the other carried a sheathed saber on his waist. Their expressions were solemn, and their gazes were cold. They gave off a murderous aura. Behind the three of them were another 9 people. Most of the 9 people were young. There were only 2 middle-aged men and 1 old man. Only one of them was a woman. Emperor Shui? Hulini raised an eyebrow when he saw the person in the lead. He quickly led Duan Lingtian and the others forward. Brother Duan, they must be from the southern Qi nation. I've seen the leader with my father before. He's Shui Mingkai, the emperor of the southern Qi nation. Just like His Majesty, he's a 2-formed celestial king. Huang Jialong's voice transmission rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. However, His Majesty doesn't have a good relationship with Shui Mingkai. I'm afraid a battle of words is inevitable. Duan Lingtian nodded in realization. At the same time, as Hulini and Shui Mingkai approached each other, everyone could clearly feel the tension between them. Emperor Shui. Hulini stopped when he was near Shui Mingkai. He looked at Shui Mingkai coldly. Emperor Hu, I heard the supporting Fall Nation recruited a genius sectless cultivator during the Southern Heaven combat half a year ago. He's only a heaven stage overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, but he defeated a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial with just 1 move. Moreover, that peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial was the most outstanding son of the city governor of Passage City. Shui Mingkai looked at Hulini and asked with a faint smile, May I know who that genius is? As soon as Shui Ming finished speaking, he shifted his gaze to the group of people standing behind Hulini. His gaze finally landed on Duan Lingtian. It was obvious he had done his research on Duan Lingtian, the genius sectless cultivator who had won the Southern Heaven combat in the supporting Fall Nation. I've also heard that your second prince is a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial who has comprehended the law of thunder. He's so strong that he's the strongest overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial in the Nanqi Nation. Don't tell me you want your second prince to spar with Duan Lingtian from the supporting Fall Nation? A sneer appeared on Hu Linyi's face when he heard Hu Linyi's words. If the supporting Fall Nation did not have Duan Lingtian, Hu Linyi would not have the confidence to face Emperor Shui today. However, with Duan Lingtian, Hu Linyi was confident he could face Emperor Shui today. In Hu Linyi's opinion, Hu Linyi was confident. Even if Duan Lingtian could not defeat Emperor Shui's second prince, it would not be difficult for Hu Linyi to come to a draw with Hu Linyi. As expected, no one knows me better than Emperor Hu. What do you think? Emperor Hu, are you interested in making a bet? Let's bet on the outcome of the battle between my second prince and that genius sectless cultivator from the supporting Fall Nation called Duan Lingtian. Shui Mingkai narrowed his eyes as a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Hu Linyi frowned when he heard Shui Mingkai's words. In the next moment, Hu Linyi's voice transmission rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian, Shui Mingkai and I are sworn enemies. He wants to make a bet with me because he wants to embarrass me if I lose. If you're willing to help me, I'll pay for the bet if you lose. If you win, you'll have to pay for his loss. Apart from that, I'll also give you something as a reward for helping me. If it's a draw, I'll pay you as well. In Shui Mingkai's opinion, it was only natural that he had the right to represent his son. However, in Hu Linyi's opinion, Duan Lingtian was only a sectless cultivator. He only had a beneficial relationship with Duan Lingtian. If he wanted Duan Lingtian to help him, he would have to obtain Duan Lingtian's permission first. You're too kind, Your Majesty. I'll agree to your request. Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission. At the same time, his eyes were filled with battle intent. Hu Linyi said the second prince of the southern Qi nation was a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial who had comprehended the law of thunder. Ever since I comprehended the law of Earth's earth elemental profundity, I've never fought anyone before. An opponent like this is perfect for me to test my strength. It'll allow me to have a better understanding of my current strength. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. With Duan Lingtian's permission, Hulini's heart settled. At the same time, he looked at Xue Mingkai and narrowed his eyes. Since Emperor Xue wants to bet, I'll play along. But what do you want to bet? Let's bet a king-grade celestial weapon, Xue Mingkai said calmly. To him, the bet was secondary. What he wanted to do the most was to humiliate his old rival, Hulini, in public. Sure. Hulini was not surprised that Xue Mingkai only wanted to bet a king-grade celestial weapon. After all, he knew why Xue Mingkai proposed this bet. However, how could his thoughts not be the same? Since Xue Mingkai wanted to humiliate him, how could he not want to humiliate Xue Mingkai as well? The second prince of the southern Qi nation has comprehended the law of thunder? I've heard of the second prince of the southern Qi nation. It's said that he's a genius in cultivation. He's only slightly over 200 years old, but he's already a peak great overarching golden celestial. The most shocking thing is that he has comprehended the law of thunder. A person has to comprehend at least one profundity from a law before they can claim to have comprehended the law of thunder. In other words, the second prince of the southern Qi nation has comprehended the law of thunder's fundamental profundity, the thunder elemental profundity. At this moment, 3 young men from the supporting Fall nation who were standing near Duan Lingtian and Huang Jialong whispered among themselves. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who has comprehended the law of thunder's fundamental profundity is so strong. I'm afraid he'll be defeated with just one move. One of the young men didn't continue. His gaze fell on Huang Jialong, and it wasn't difficult to tell that he wanted to say Huang Jialong's name. Humph. Huang Jialong snorted and glanced at the young man indifferently. The young man's face turned pale, and his body trembled in fear. Huang Jialong's background was far superior to his. Moreover, Huang Jialong's strength was not something he could compare to. A few moments later, Duan Lingtian stepped into the air and stood next to Hu Lin-yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall nation. Huang Jialong's action drew Huang Jialong's attention back to Duan Lingtian. The young man heaved a sigh of relief when he realized he was drenched in cold sweat. He knew very well that Huang Jialong could kill him without any hesitation if he wanted to. Even if Huang Jialong killed him in front of the emperor of the supporting Fall nation, it would not be a crime. The other 2 young men shut their mouths tightly at this time. They didn't dare to say anything more for fear of provoking Huang Jialong. Brother Duan, are you confident? The second prince of the southern Qi nation isn't a simple person. Huang Jialong asked Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. I haven't met him yet. How can I be confident? I'll just do my best. Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission. He's here. As soon as Duan Lingtian replied to Huang Jialong's voice transmission, the people from the supporting Fall nation saw a figure standing in front of them. Among the 9 people behind Xue Mingkai, the emperor of the southern Qi state, a young man with a medium stature stepped forward and stood beside him. The young man's build was similar to Xue Mingkai's, and his face resembled Xue Mingkai's as well. If it were not for the fact that he was so young, people might have mistaken him for Xue Mingkai's brother. The second prince has comprehended the law of thunder. Back then, he defeated the 8 of us with just one move. Apart from the young man who had just stepped forward, the other 8 people from the southern Qi nation who had come to enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm looked at the young man's back with a burning gaze. The young man who had stood in the southern heaven combat of the southern Qi nation was like an invincible god of war. The law of thunder is too terrifying. The second prince's celestial origin energy contained the thunder elemental profundity. If he didn't stop in time, at least half of us would have died. I heard that the sectless genius from the supporting Fall nation didn't use the power of a law during the southern heaven combat. I don't think he has comprehended the law yet. Not everyone can comprehend the law. First, one needs to have high comprehension ability. Secondly, one needs an opportunity. After all, not everyone can obtain king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the power of a law. The other 8 people from the southern Qi nation who had obtained a spot to enter the southern heaven ancient realm whispered among themselves. They were certain the Sectless genius from the supporting Fall Nation, Duan Lingtian, would be defeated by the second prince of the Southern Qi Nation, Shui Jingyu from the Southern Qi Nation. The second prince of the Southern Qi Nation stood next to the emperor of the Southern Qi Nation and looked at Duan Lingtian indifferently. Duan Lingtian from the supporting Fall Nation. Duan Lingtian replied calmly. At the same time, the emperor of the Southern Qi Nation and the supporting Fall Nation began to retreat. The people from the Southern Qi Nation and the supporting Fall Nation followed suit, creating space for Duan Lingtian and Shui Jingyu to fight. Huh! Someone's fighting over there? It seems like they're from two different forces. Huh! Isn't that Hu Linyi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation? That's Shui Mingkai, the emperor of the Southern Qi Nation. They're sworn enemies. It seems like the overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials they brought are going to fight. Chapter 2986. Huh! Isn't that Shui Jingyu, the second prince of the Southern Qi Nation? It's him! Shui Jingyu, the second prince of the Southern Qi Nation, is no ordinary person. He's only slightly over 200 years old, but he's already a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Moreover, it's said that he has comprehended the law of thunder. His innate talent is one of the best among the overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials who have entered the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. It seems like Shui Jingyu is going to fight someone. The Emperor of the Southern Qi Nation and the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation have always been at odds with each other. It seems like the second prince of the Southern Qi Nation is going to fight someone from the supporting Fall Nation. The purple-clad young man must be one of the people from the supporting Fall Nation to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I heard that half a year ago, a genius sectless cultivator appeared in the supporting Fall Nation's Southern Heaven combat. He didn't comprehend any laws, and he defeated the second strongest overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial in the supporting Fall Nation with just one move. Is it possible that the purple-clad young man is the sectless prodigy from the supporting Fall Nation? Among all the overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials from the supporting Fall Nation, only that sectless prodigy is strong enough to fight the second prince of the Southern Qi Nation. A heaven-stage overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial who hasn't comprehended any laws is definitely not a match for the second prince of the Southern Qi Nation. As Duan Lingtian and Shui Jingyu stared at each other, more and more people began to gather. Some of them even recognized Shui Jingyu. At the same time, many of them guessed that Duan Lingtian was the person who had shocked the supporting Fall Nation during the Southern Heaven combat 6 months ago. Make your move. If I make the first move, I'm afraid you won't have a chance to make your move, Shui Jingyu said nonchalantly as he looked at Duan Lingtian indifferently. Although his tone was calm, it was filled with confidence. It was as though he would be able to defeat Duan Lingtian in just a second if he made a move. How arrogant! Many people exclaimed. They thought Shui Jingyu was arrogant. Humph! He's arrogant because he has the right to be arrogant. Many of them felt that Shui Jingyu's arrogant. Duan Lingtian's arrogant. Duan Lingtian, he has the right to be arrogant. I just don't know if Brother Duan can defeat him. Huan Jialong stood aside and looked calmly at Duan Lingtian and Shui Jingyu. Although he already had a rough understanding of Duan Lingtian's strength, he also knew that Duan Lingtian had comprehended the earth elemental profundity of the laws of earth. However, considering that Duan Lingtian had also comprehended the profundity of the lightning element, he did not dare to say that Duan Lingtian would definitely win. Of course, he did not think that Duan Lingtian would definitely lose. He felt that this battle was very likely to end in a draw. Since the second prince is so courteous, I won't refuse. Facing the arrogant Shui Jingyu, Duan Lingtian was not angry. Instead, he smiled and stepped into the air. With just a single step, he traversed an extremely long distance. At the same time, the celestial origin energy in his body gushed out of his 99 heavenly veins. At the same time, he also executed various immortal arts and divine abilities that he had mastered. Elementary devouring tactic. Purple chi from the east. Immovable King Ming. A golden Buddha statue with purple lightning swirling around its body appeared on Duan Lingtian's body. A whirlpool seemed to have appeared in the Buddha statue and began to devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. Swoosh! 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 A long rod appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. As soon as he channeled his celestial origin energy into the rod, it began to vibrate violently. The slightly dim light on the rod suddenly shone brightly. At the same time, Duan Lingtian charged toward Shui Jingyu and waved the long rod in his hand. A long rod with purple lightning swirling around it appeared in the hand of the golden Buddha silhouette that was shrouded in purple lightning. As soon as the rod moved, clouds began to gather. Boom! 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 As Duan Lingtian's body moved, the void trembled violently as terrifying celestial origin energy surged out of Duan Lingtian's body. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial? Who said Duan Lingtian is a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial? He's clearly a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Duan Lingtian has broken through and become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial? If that's the case, doesn't this mean his strength has increased by another level compared to 6 months ago? Duan Lingtian did not bother to conceal his celestial origin energy that surged out of his body. Some of the more powerful ones could easily tell his celestial origin energy was that of a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial? A sneer appeared on Shui Jingyu's face as his celestial origin energy began to rise from his body. If that's all you've got, I'll be able to defeat you with just one move. Although Duan Lingtian's strength was considered rare among overarching heavenly supreme celestials, Shui Jingyu did not think much of him. In fact, Shui Jingyu felt that Duan Lingtian was too weak. Based on Duan Lingtian's current strength, he did not think he could defeat Huang Jialong, the young master of Passage City in the supporting Fall Nation, with just one move. Before Duan Lingtian appeared, Huang Jialong was widely acknowledged as the second overarching heavenly supreme celestial in the supporting Fall Nation. The first overarching heavenly supreme celestial was Hu Ji-yong, the fourth prince of the supporting Fall Nation. Let's wait and see. In the face of the arrogant Shui Jingyu, Duan Lingtian's expression was calm as usual. His tone was light, and there was no fluctuation in his emotions at all. Swoosh! 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 As Duan Lingtian drew closer to Shui Jingyu's celestial origin energy surged out of his body and turned purple as soon as it came into contact with the air. After his celestial origin energy turned purple, it turned into bolts of lightning that intertwined with one another. It was dazzling. In the next moment, Shui Jingyu stepped into the air, and the bolts of purple lightning twined around his body, following him like a shadow. At this moment, it was as though he had transformed into the god of thunder. This is the law of thunder's fundamental profundity, the thunder elemental profundity. He's using the law of thunder's thunder elemental profundity as soon as he makes his move. It seems like Shui Jingyu intends to defeat Duan Lingtian once and for all. Based on how easily he can control the thunder elemental profundity, it's obvious he has completely mastered the law of thunder's fundamental profundity. With his strength, he should be ranked in the top 100 among all the overarching heavenly supreme celestials who entered the southern heaven ancient realm this time, right? A commotion broke out among the onlookers when they saw Shui Jingyu making his move. Many of them looked at Duan Lingtian with pity in their eyes. Buzz! 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 When Shui Jingyu made his move, the celestial origin energy that had been fused with the thunder elemental profundity roared. A portion of the celestial origin energy that had been fused with the thunder elemental profundity transformed into lightning blades. Hundreds and thousands of thunder sabers roared out. Between each thunder saber, there was a purple thunderbolt, which complemented each other. Condense! Shui Jingyu cried out as a 4-foot-long saber appeared in his hand. The hundreds and thousands of lightning sabers were suddenly shrouded by a gray energy before they merged into the long saber in Shui Jingyu's hand. The long saber shone brightly with a dark light. Its aura was even more terrifying than Duan Lingtian's long rod. Clearly, the long saber was also a king-grade celestial weapon. Buzz! purple lightning bolts wreaked havoc on the celestial saber as Shui Jingyu charged out with a gray energy shrouding it. It was clear Shui Jingyu had also cast a celestial method and 2 divine abilities when he used the thunder elemental profundity. "I'll defeat you with a single saber strike." Without warning, Shui Jingyu shouted again. His entire body was surrounded by lightning, and in just a blink of an eye, he seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as he charged towards Duanling Tian. As for the long blade in his hand, it was as if it had transformed into a thick bolt of lightning at this moment. It was held in his hand and whistled as it shot out. On the long saber, thunderbolts swallowed and spat out like the wind, cutting the air into pieces. One could vaguely see faint traces of the air cracking in the void. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Shui Jingyu's body was surrounded by lightning as he held a terrifying bolt of lightning in his hand. The bolt of lightning was like a poisonous snake as it stared at Duanling Tian. As he charged toward Duanling Tian, lightning bolts intertwined on his body and formed a lightning net in front of him. A saber wall that was shrouded in gray energy could be vaguely seen on the lightning net. The saber wall was intertwined with the lightning net to form a powerful defense. "I'd like to see if your defense is stronger than mine." Upon seeing this, Duanling Tian smiled mockingly. Then, he raised his left hand and an umbrella appeared in his hand. "Chaos Divine Earth." Duanling Tian called out to the Chaos Divine Earth before he tossed the umbrella out with his left hand. The golden Buddha silhouette caught the umbrella in its hand. Golden light shone on the umbrella as purple energy shrouded it like a shadow. At the same time, the celestial origin energy shrouding the umbrella turned khaki as a heavy aura rose from it. The Earth Elemental Profundity. At this moment, Duanling Tian had used the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth Elemental Profundity. As soon as he used the Earth Elemental Profundity, a khaki energy surged out of his body and merged with the umbrella in the golden Buddha silhouette's hand. This khaki energy was the Chaos Divine Earth's energy. Due to the celestial origin energy that had merged with the Earth Elemental Profundity had attracted the attention of the onlookers. The appearance of the Chaos Divine Earth's energy was not conspicuous at all. "Is that the Earth Elemental Profundity? Heavens! Who said that the genius Seckless cultivator from the supporting Fall Nation hasn't comprehended a law? This is the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth Elemental Profundity. This genius Seckless cultivator from the supporting Fall Nation. He's not even 100 years old. His innate talent is terrifying." A commotion broke out among the onlookers when they saw Duanling Tian using the Earth Elemental Profundity. Since most of the onlookers' attention was on the Earth Elemental Profundity and the Chaos Divine Earth's energy were similar to the celestial origin energy that had merged with the Earth Elemental Profundity, nobody noticed the khaki energy that had entered the umbrella. Boom! Rumble! Chapter 2987. Duanling Tian used the law of Earth's Earth Elemental Profundity to block Shui Jingyu's lightning net. Apart from that, the golden Buddha raised his umbrella to block Shui Jingyu's lightning-fast celestial saber. The Earth Elemental Profundity? Although Shui Jingyu was taken aback by Duanling Tian's sudden use of the Earth Elemental Profundity, he was like an arrow that had been knocked. It was too late for him to change his attack. If he changed his attack, it would not be as powerful as it was now. For this reason, he could only grit his teeth and endure. "You've comprehended the law of Earth's Earth Elemental Profundity, and I've also comprehended the law of Thunder's Thunder Elemental Profundity. My Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities are definitely not inferior to yours. I'd like to see how you're going to face me head-on." Shui Jingyu sneered disdainfully as he thought to himself, "If Duanling Tian dares to face me head-on, I'm sure he'll be at a disadvantage." "Chaos Divine Earth, are you sure you're capable of blocking his attack? You should know that I won't be able to block his attack. At most, I'll be able to block a portion of his attack." Duanling Tian asked the Chaos Divine Earth when he saw Shui Jingyu charging toward him like a bolt of lightning. "Brat, how dare you doubt me? Just watch and see." The Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice was filled with anger and embarrassment. Clearly, it was angered by Duanling Tian's words. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duan Lingtian calmed down and unleashed his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the earth elemental profundity. This was the first time he had unleashed his celestial origin energy without holding back since he had become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Moreover, his celestial origin energy had been boosted with the law of Earth's earth elemental profundity. Its strength was comparable to a one basic celestial duke's celestial origin energy. Boom! Rumble! The long staff in Duan Lingtian's hand was like a dragon. When the celestial core power, which was infused with the earth element, surged out, the long staff in the hands of the golden Buddha shadow that rose from the surface of his body suddenly swelled up like a balloon. The staff rose and fell as if it contained an earth-shattering power. A moment later, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian's staff and Xue Jingyu's immortal saber crossed each other, as if intentionally avoiding Xue Jingyu's immortal saber. The next moment, the long staff in his hand, with the power of thunder, smashed fiercely into the thunder net that rose from Xue Jingyu's body. This Duan Lingtian actually dodged Xue Jingyu's direct attack? Is he planning to perish together with Xue Jingyu? It's a bit of an exaggeration to say that they'll perish together. But it's certain that both sides will suffer. This Duan Lingtian is crazy. I wonder if Xue Jingyu will choose to perish together with Duan Lingtian or retreat with only minor injuries. However, if that's the case, Xue Jingyu will only suffer minor injuries, and Duan Lingtian won't be injured. It won't be difficult for Xue Jingyu to defeat him. At this moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a daredevil. He dodged Xue Jingyu's attack and attacked Xue Jingyu's body, allowing Xue Jingyu's attack to land on his body. This scene shocked the onlookers. Brother Duan! Wang Jialong was dumbfounded. Hu Linyi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, and the others who were standing next to him were also dumbfounded. They did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so ruthless. At this moment, many onlookers felt their scalps go numb when they looked at Duan Lingtian again. This purple-clad young man was a madman. Moreover, he was a madman who did not care about his own life. You want to perish together? All right. I'll fulfill your wish. I'd like to see who's more injured, you or me. Xue Jingyu was frightened by Duan Lingtian's daredevil attack. He was furious as well. He swung his celestial saber with all his might as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. Bang! Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian's long rod landed on the lightning net that rose from Xue Jingyu's body with a loud bang. At the same time, it slowed down a little. It was clear the rod had suffered a lot of resistance. Chi! At the same time, the celestial saber in Xue Jingyu's hand shot out lightning bolts in all directions and landed on the umbrella held by the golden Buddha silhouette. The khaki-colored light on the umbrella rippled like a stone falling into a calm lake. After about a breath, the onlookers saw Duan Lingtian's attack. Although Duan Lingtian's long rod's energy was slightly depleted by the lightning net, it still managed to shatter the lightning net. On the other hand, no matter how hard Xue Jingyu tried to wield the celestial saber in his hand, and no matter how hard the khaki-colored light on the umbrella and the golden Buddha silhouette's hand shook, he still could not break the umbrella's defense. Boom! After the lightning net was shattered, Duan Lingtian brought his long rod down on Xue Jingyu's body. Whoosh! At this moment, the silhouette of a suit of armor suddenly appeared on Xue Jingyu's body. The golden light on the armor was so dense that it seemed as though nothing could penetrate it. Upon closer inspection, one could see purple lightning bolts intersecting in the golden light. It was clear the golden light had been infused with Xue Jingyu's celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the thunder elemental profundity. That's a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon? I've long heard that the imperial family of the Southern Qi nation has a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon called the Golden Light Celestial Armor. I didn't expect the second prince of the Southern Qi nation to have it. The emperor of the Southern Qi nation is really generous. It's only natural that the emperor of the Southern Qi nation gave the second prince of the Southern Qi nation to protect himself since he's about to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. A purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that has been boosted with celestial origin energy is much stronger than Duan Lingtian's second king-grade celestial weapon. It's an offensive defensive king-grade celestial weapon that has been boosted with celestial origin energy. At this moment, Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. The crowd was still in shock when they saw the golden armor on Shui Jingyu's body. I was just about to stop, but I didn't expect Shui Jingyu to be wearing a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was about to withdraw his hand, stopped. The rod that contained a tyrannical force smashed onto the golden armor. This time, the golden light celestial armor lasted for 3 breaths. However, after 3 breaths, the golden light celestial armor was destroyed. Shui Jingyu's robe was torn to shreds, revealing a dimly glowing armor. It was none other than the golden light celestial armor, the only purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon in the Southern Qi nation's imperial family. Since most of Shui Jingyu's strength was focused on offense, there was a limit to the amount of energy he could use on his purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. However, it was still shocking that the golden light celestial armor could last for 3 breaths. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's staff had only expended a little of its energy after Shui Jingyu's first layer of defense, the golden light celestial armor. This time, Duan Lingtian's staff was mostly depleted by the golden light celestial armor. The remaining energy landed on Shui Jingyu's body and sent him flying. However, he was only slightly injured. Bang! After the onlookers saw Shui Jingyu's body fly out like an arrow from a bow, they heard a loud sound. It was a very solid sound. Barf! As his body was sent flying, the pale-faced Shui Jingyu couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of dazzling blood. However, the crowd's attention only lingered on the injured Shui Jingyu for a moment before they shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. Because Duan Lingtian currently stood there with an umbrella in one hand and a rod in the other, and his expression remained unchanged as he was carefree as before. Most importantly, he was completely unscathed. How's this possible? He's unscathed. What a terrifying defense! Don't tell me he has mastered another defensive profundity from the law of earth? That's impossible! If he had used another profundity, the celestial kings here would have noticed it, right? The crowd was shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian was unharmed while Shui Jingyu was injured. All of them stared at Duan Lingtian in shock. At this moment, even Hu Lin-Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, was looking at Duan Lingtian in a daze. In truth, he did not have full confidence in Duan Lingtian. In fact, he was prepared to fight to a draw or Duan Lingtian would be defeated. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. Not only did Duan Lingtian defeat Shui Jingyu, the second prince of the Southern Qi nation, but he was also unharmed. Duan Lingtian had completely withstood Shui Jingyu's lightning-fast attack. Based on Shui Jingyu's earlier attack, even a one basic celestial duke who hasn't comprehended any profundities wouldn't be able to withstand it so easily, right? After a while, Hu Lin-Yi finally regained his senses. His eyes shone brightly as he looked at Duan Lingtian again. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian might be able to rank in the top 10 in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Hu Lin-Yi was certain Shui Jingyu would be able to rank in the top 100 in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Based on Duan Lingtian's performance, Hu Lin-Yi was even more confident that Duan Lingtian would be able to rank in the top 10 in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, Hu Lin-Yi did not dare to think about Duan Lingtian ranking in the top 3 or even first place. The Thousand Nations territory was vast. Apart from the people from the Thousand Nations territory, there were also people from other Grade 8 forces and Grade 7 forces among the overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials. In the profound Nether Mansion, Grade 7 forces were led by the 3 sects and 2 clans. The strength of the other Grade 7 forces was inferior to the 3 sects and 2 clans. If the other Grade 7 forces wanted to join the profound Nether Mansion, they would have to show their talents to the high-ranking officials of the profound Nether Mansion. Otherwise, they would have to go through the 3 sects and 2 clans. For this reason, every time the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opened, many genius overarching heavenly supreme celestials from grade 7 forces would enter and join the 3 sects and 2 clans. Occasionally, there would be some genius overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had comprehended 2 profundities from the same law. Although Duan Lingtian is very strong, it seems like he hasn't comprehended a second profundity from the law of earth. He's still not strong enough to face the genius overarching heavenly supreme celestials from grade 7 forces. Chapter 2988. Brother Duan. Huang Jialong stared at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. It was as though he had just met Duan Lingtian for the first time. He had originally thought that he already understood this brother Duan well enough. However, it seemed like his knowledge of Duan Lingtian was only a drop in the ocean. No wonder he's able to defeat me with just one move, even though he's a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial without comprehending any profundities from the law. I can't believe I thought he's no match for Shui Jingyu. Huang Jialong was shocked and sighed repeatedly. At this moment, the other people from the supporting Fall Nation regained their senses. Their eyes were filled with disbelief when they looked at Duan Lingtian again. How's this possible? Don't tell me Duan Lingtian has comprehended the second profundity from the law of earth? I think so as well. Otherwise, how did he defeat the second prince so easily? Moreover, he defeated the second prince unscathed. The people from the southern Qi nation looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief when they regained their senses. The emperor of the southern Qi nation looked at Duan Lingtian after he was certain his son was fine. His expression changed drastically. He did not expect such an outcome. If he had known that this would be the outcome, he would never have initiated the bet, because the outcome of this bet was purely him lifting a rock and smashing it on his own feet. He wanted to humiliate the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, but he did not expect he would be the one humiliated in the end. It was not a big deal for him to lose a king-grade celestial weapon. What was more important to him was his pride. Thank you, Emperor Shui. Hu Lin-Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, laughed when he shifted his gaze from Duan Lingtian to Shui Mingkai, the emperor of the southern Qi nation. At this moment, he felt extremely proud of himself. Emperor Hu, I have to admit that you're quite lucky to have such a talented sectless cultivator come to the supporting Fall Nation to compete for a spot in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Shui Mingkai remained calm when he saw Hu Lin-Yi's smug expression. No matter what, you and the Southern Qi nation have lost. Hearing Shui Mingkai's words, Hu Lin-Yi knew that Shui Mingkai was deliberately saying that. I've lost this bet. However, in terms of how outstanding your son is, you, Emperor Hu, have to admit that you're inferior to me, right? Shui Mingkai smiled. Humph! Stop trying to change the topic. Hu Lin-Yi's face darkened when Shui Mingkai hit his sore spot. You'd better take out the money you lost. If you agree to bet, you must accept your loss. Shui Mingkai smiled faintly as he took out a sword and handed it over to Hu Lin-Yi. The sword was a king-grade celestial weapon. Duan Lingtian. After tossing a king-grade celestial sword to Hu Lin-Yi, Shui Ming turned to Duan Lingtian and said with a grin on his face, If you're interested in entering the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm on behalf of the Southern Qi nation, I'm willing to give you my son's golden celestial armor. Shui Mingkai's words caused an uproar. Emperor Shui is really generous. The golden celestial armor is the only purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon in the Southern Qi nation's imperial family. It's worth at least 1 million prominent celestial crystals in the black market. It's 10 times more valuable than an ordinary king-grade celestial weapon. It seems like Emperor Shui has high hopes for Duan Lingtian. With Duan Lingtian's strength, it'll be a piece of cake for him to leave the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. If he manages to rank in the top 30 after he leaves the lower realm, Emperor Shui will be able to obtain more benefits than a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. In my opinion, based on Duan Lingtian's strength, it's not impossible for him to rank in the top 10. If Duan Lingtian manages to rank in the top 10, Emperor Shui will definitely benefit more than a purely defensive celestial weapon. When the onlookers saw Shui Mingkai was trying to use a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon to poach Duan Lingtian from the supporting Fall Nation, they turned to look at Duan Lingtian. At this moment, even Shui Jingyu, who had returned to Shui Mingcai's side in his golden celestial armor, did not show any displeasure. In fact, as though he was complimenting Shui Mingcai's words, he put on a new robe and removed the golden celestial armor from his body. You! Hu Linyi's expression was unsightly. He did not expect Shui Mingcai would be so shameless as to openly poach him from the supporting Fall Nation. Hu Linyi took a deep breath before he handed the king-grade celestial sword to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he took out a green celestial talisman and handed it to Duan Lingtian. This is a Gale talisman inscribed by a 7-star celestial king. It can only be used once. Once you crush it, you'll gain speed comparable to a celestial king for 15 minutes. Hu Linyi added. In fact, he's even faster than most celestial kings. Clearly, this was the Gale talisman that Hu Linyi had promised to give to Duan Lingtian as a reward for helping him win the bet. Faster than most celestial kings? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he received the Gale talisman. He asked instinctively, Faster than you, Your Majesty? My speed isn't even half as fast as this talisman. Hu Linyi smiled wryly. The Gale talisman that he had given to Duan Lingtian was something that could save his life at a critical moment. Upon hearing Hu Linyi's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up even more. Based on his understanding of celestial talismans, the value of such a talisman was not inferior to an ordinary king-grade celestial weapon. Pfft. At this moment, Shui Mingcai, the emperor of the southern Qi nation, scoffed and said, Emperor Hu, you're really stingy. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Duan Lingtian, if you're willing to represent the southern Qi nation to enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, not only will I give you the golden radiant celestial armor, but I'll also give you 2 celestial talismans. One of them is a Gale talisman that's even more powerful than the one Hu Linyi gave you. Apart from that, I'll also give you an offensive celestial talisman that's comparable to the full-strength attack of a 1 basic celestial king. If you find the right opportunity, even an ordinary 10-direction celestial duke won't be able to escape death from this offensive celestial talisman. Shui Mingcai said, This offensive celestial talisman is worth more than the 3 Gale talismans I gave you. In the Devata realms, the more powerful an offensive celestial talisman was, the harder it was to inscribe it. Therefore, the value of an offensive celestial talisman that was comparable to the full-powered attack of an ordinary 1 basic celestial king was much higher than a speed celestial talisman that was comparable to the 5 elements godly king's speed for a period of time. Gasp! 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 Hearing Shui Mingcai's words, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Even if Duan Lingtian managed to rank in the top 30 after he left the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, Shui Mingcai's reward would only be comparable to Duan Lingtian's. You! Hu Linyi was infuriated. Shui Mingcai's words made Hu Linyi speechless again. If Duan Lingtian did not make it into the top 30 in the end, the things Shui Mingcai took out from the 3 sects and 2 clans would, at most, be equivalent to what he had to give. Hu Linyi knew Shui Mingcai was betting on Duan Lingtian being able to rank in the top 10. Moreover, even if Hu Linyi lost the bet, with Duan Lingtian's strength, it would be as easy as eating or drinking for him to rank in the top 30. Even if Shui Mingcai did not suffer any losses or gain, as long as Duan Lingtian changed sides, he would be able to disgust Shui Mingcai. In the end, Hu Linyi took a deep breath and looked at Duan Lingtian again before he spread his hands. Under the watchful eyes of the others, a crimson vest appeared in Hu Linyi's left hand. The vest was completely made up of crimson scales. These scales were connected together, and there were no signs of stitching at all. There was a faint crimson light wrapped around them, and anyone with a discerning eye could tell at a glance that this was no ordinary item. At the same time, a round object that looked like an iron bead with a bumpy surface appeared in Hu Linyi's right hand. It was dull and inconspicuous. That's a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon? The imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation has such an item as well? The emperor of the supporting Fall Nation has kept it a secret. I've never heard of the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation possessing a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Is he planning to give the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon to Duan Lingtian? It seems like Emperor Hu has no choice but to pay a hefty price for Emperor Shui's attempt to poach him. At this moment, many people recognize the crimson vest in Hu Linyi's left hand as a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Father has a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon? Even Hu Jiyong, the fourth prince of the supporting Fall Nation, was shocked when he saw the crimson vest in Hu Linyi's hand. It was obvious that even Hu Jiyong, the fourth prince of the supporting Fall Nation, was unaware that Hu Linyi possessed a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. A purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon? Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly when he saw the vest in Hu Linyi's left hand. The defensive strength of a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon was incomparable to other king-grade celestial weapons that were both offensive and defensive. Although the umbrella in his hand was also a king-grade celestial weapon with defensive capabilities, it was not as good as a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. If I can obtain this purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon, my strength will rise to a whole new level. For this reason, Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly as he looked at the crimson vest in Hu Linyi's hand. Duan Lingtian, you can choose one of these two items. This bead looks ordinary, but it's not ordinary at all. Even with all my techniques, I can't leave a mark on it. Its value should be comparable to a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Hu Linyi allowed Duan Lingtian to choose one of the two items in his hand. A first form profound divine metal. Chapter 2989. A first form profound divine metal. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice, Duan Lingtian immediately shut his mouth. He was about to choose the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon when he heard it. This is a first form profound divine metal? Duan Lingtian asked the Chaos Divine Earth. His heart skipped a beat when he saw the inconspicuous pearl in Hu Linyi's hand. There's no mistake, the Chaos Divine Earth replied. As one of the 5 divine elements, I can recognize a first form profound divine metal. The profound divine metal is quite lucky. It managed to find a first form profound divine metal while it was sleeping. Lad, as long as you obtain this first form profound divine metal, you can devour and assimilate the profound divine metal in your body when it wakes up. At that time, the profound divine metal in your body will evolve to the third form, and it'll be of great help to you. The Chaos Divine Earth reminded Duan Lingtian when it sensed Duan Lingtian's desire for the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. As for defensive king-grade celestial weapons, with your innate talent, it won't be difficult for you to obtain one once you join the 3 sects and 2 clans. The Chaos Divine Earth was worried Duan Lingtian would choose the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon instead of the first form profound divine metal. In fact, Duan Lingtian had already decided to choose the inconspicuous pearl in Hu Linyi's hand after he confirmed it was a first form profound divine metal. Although the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon was good, it was not as valuable as the first form profound divine metal. Duan Lingtian looked at the scarlet vest in Hu Linyi's hand reluctantly. He was about to choose the first form profound divine metal when a burst of laughter rang out. Ha ha! Hu Linyi had no choice but to pause and look at the person who was laughing. The person who was laughing was none other than Shui Mingkai, the emperor of the Southern Qi nation. What are you laughing at? Hu Linyi's expression darkened. An ominous feeling rose in his heart. After a long while, Shui Mingkai stopped laughing. He looked deeply at Hu Linyi and said with a smile that was not a smile, Emperor Hu, if I'm not wrong, the bead in your hand should be the one you bought at the Black Mountain Kingdom's royal auction 200 years ago, right? If I remember correctly, you only spent 20,000 prominent celestial crystals to get this pearl, right? Shui Mingkai looked at Duan Lingtian and said mockingly, Duan Lingtian, it seems like Emperor Hu is reluctant to give you his purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given you such a lousy pearl. It seems like he's taking a gamble. If you choose this broken pearl, he won't have to give you the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Why don't you come to our southern Qi nation? At the very least, I won't be as petty as Emperor Hu. Xue Mingkai glanced at Hu Lini mockingly. Hu Linyi's expression changed drastically when Xue Mingkai mentioned the Black Mountain Kingdom's royal auction. He did not expect Xue Mingkai would know about it. He did not expect Xue Mingkai would reveal his true intentions in front of so many people. Indeed, he was trying to mislead Duan Lingtian into choosing the pearl when he said it was worth more than a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Just as Xue Mingkai had said, he was reluctant to part with the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon in his left hand. It seems like Emperor Xue is telling the truth. Emperor Hu is really trying to mislead Duan Lingtian. Emperor Hu is so insincere. He's not even giving away a king-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, he's trying to mislead Duan Lingtian. I thought Emperor Hu's pearl is something good. I didn't expect it to be something he bought at the Black Mountain Kingdom's royal auction for 20,000 prominent celestial crystals. 20,000 prominent celestial crystals. How stingy. That's right. Even an ordinary complete king-grade celestial weapon is worth at least 100,000 prominent celestial crystals. 20,000 prominent celestial crystals is really stingy. Upon hearing Xue Mingcai's words and seeing Hu Linyi's expression, it was not difficult for the people present on the scene to see that Xue Mingcai was telling the truth. Xue Mingcai, don't slander me. Hu Lini called Xue Mingcai by his name instead of calling him Emperor Xue. Clearly, he was really angry. Slander? Xue Mingcai smiled. You said I'm slandering you? Why don't we wait for the people from the Black Mountain Kingdom to come so we can talk to the Emperor of the Black Mountain Kingdom? Naturally, Hu Linyi would not talk to the Emperor of the Black Mountain Kingdom since he had indeed spent 20,000 prominent celestial crystals to buy the pearl. Moreover, he had indeed bought it at the Black Mountain Kingdom's royal auction in the past. Xue Mingcai, are you sure this pearl is worthless? Hu Linyi stared at Xue Mingcai and said in a deep voice, why don't you try and see if you can destroy it? Why don't you try and see if you can leave a mark on it? Even if it's just a tiny bit. As Hu Linyi spoke, he passed the pearl in his hand to Xue Mingcai. Emperor Hu, I didn't say I could leave a mark on the pearl. Our strength is about the same. If you can't leave a mark on it, it's only natural that I can't as well. Xue Mingcai said indifferently. Then, what makes you think it's useless? Hu Linyi asked in a deep voice. Am I wrong? Xue Mingcai smiled. You spent 20,000 prominent celestial crystals on this pearl. Moreover, you couldn't figure out anything even after studying it for so long. How can it be anything good? Why don't you tell me what's so good about it? Or what's the use of it? The smile on Xue Mingcai's face grew wider and wider as he spoke. It was as though he was certain he had Hu Linyi in his grasp. Hu Linyi's expression turned even more unsightly upon hearing this. Emperor Hu, if I were you, I'd give these 2 items to Duan Lingtian to prove that I'm willing to part with my purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Xue Mingcai said as though he was trying to stir up trouble. Hu Linyi was even more enraged by Xue Mingcai's words. In the end, he had no choice but to hand the 2 items to Duan Lingtian. I don't need you to tell me what to do. I'm going to do it anyway. Hu Linyi said as he glanced at Xue Mingcai coldly. Thank you, Your Majesty. Duan Lingtian did not decline and accepted the 2 items without hesitation. He did not expect the Emperor of the Southern Qi nation would not only allow him to obtain the first form profound divine metal, but he would also obtain a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Boy, the Emperor of the Southern Qi nation is not bad. The Chaos Divine Earth said in a childish voice. The Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in the air. Clearly, it did not expect Duan Lingtian to receive such a pleasant surprise. With this purely defensive king-grade celestial artifact, your defense will be even stronger than before when I infused my power into it. Previously, Duan Lingtian had taken out the king-grade celestial weapon umbrella to defend against Xue Jingyu's attack. It was all thanks to the Chaos Divine Earth's help that he was able to block Xue Jingyu's attack. If it were not for the Chaos Divine Earth's help, Hu Linyi would have been severely injured by Xue Jingyu's attack. Emperor Hu, you're really generous. Xue Mingkai laughed when he saw Hu Linyi giving the 2 items to Duan Lingtian. Then, he called out to the people from the southern Qi nation and led them away. Although he had lost the bet with Hu Linyi, he was still confident in his victory. At this moment, he felt more like the victor. Even the onlookers felt that the emperor of the southern Qi nation had won the battle between the emperor of the supporting Fall nation and the emperor of the southern Qi nation. Upon seeing Xue Mingkai leaving with the people from the southern Qi nation, Hu Linyi turned to look at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he saw Hu Linyi's expression. He could not help but feel slightly worried. Is Emperor Hu going to ask me to return the items to him? If Hu Linyi was shameless enough to ask him to return the items to him, he would have no choice but to do so. It'll be fine if he asks me to return the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. However, if he asks me to return the first form profound divine metal, I'll return it to the emperor of the southern Qi nation and enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm on behalf of the southern Qi nation. Duan Lingtian made up his mind and waited for Hu Linyi to ask him to return the items to him. However, the truth proved that Duan Lingtian had thought too much. Hu Linyi, the emperor of the supporting Fall nation, would not ask Duan Lingtian to return the items to him in front of the people from the supporting Fall nation even if there were no onlookers around. If he did that, he would seem petty. Not only would it incur Duan Lingtian's wrath, but he might even push Duan Lingtian to the southern Qi nation's side. Are you confident you'll make it to the top 10? Hu Linyi asked with a smile on his face as he looked at Duan Lingtian anxiously. I'll do my best. Duan Lingtian sighed in relief when he heard Hu Linyi's question. He knew Hu Linyi would not ask him to return the items to him. Hu Linyi beckoned to Duan Lingtian and the others before they continued to make their way to the center of the scaling cloud lake. Brother Duan, congratulations. I didn't expect you to gain so much from the southern Qi nation's emperor's antics. Huang Jialong sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian to congratulate Duan Lingtian. He was genuinely happy for Duan Lingtian. As for the others, their eyes were filled with envy and jealousy when they looked at Duan Lingtian. Hu Jiyong, the 4th prince of the supporting Fall nation, was especially envious of Duan Lingtian. Before today, he was unaware that the imperial family of the supporting Fall nation possessed a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Now that he had found out about it, his father had given it to him. When Duan Lingtian and the others arrived at the center of the scaling cloud lake, Duan Lingtian saw more than 10,000 people had gathered there. Chapter 2990. 2 days later. Apart from the people from the 3 sects and 2 clans, everyone else who's planning to enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm should be here, right? Duan Lingtian stood at the center of the scaling cloud lake and surveyed his surroundings. He was certain there were at least 20,000 people present. Just as Huang Jialong had said, apart from the group of overarching heavenly supreme celestials who were planning to enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, there were many people who had brought them along. The people from the 3 sects and 2 clans are here! All of a sudden, a commotion broke out in the distance. The commotion reached Duan Lingtian and the people from the supporting Fall nation. The people from the 3 sects and 2 clans? Duan Lingtian, the people from the supporting Fall nation, and the people from the supporting Fall nation turned to look in the direction of the commotion. They saw a group of people flying toward them in the distance. This group of people was divided into 5 groups. Each group consisted of about a dozen people, and each group was led by a person. One of the groups was dressed in different attire, and their movements were casual. The person in the lead was a slightly fat middle-aged man. He stroked his round belly as he walked in the air. His small eyes were narrowed, and they seemed to be hidden by the fat on his face. The other group of people were dressed in similar robes. However, when they got closer, one could see that although their robes were similar, there were some differences. For example, the old man in the lead had golden veins embroidered on the sleeves and hem of his robe. The robes of the 2 people behind him had silver veins embroidered on them. As for the other 10 people, their robes were embroidered with bronze veins. There were gold veins, silver veins, and bronze veins. They're from the Simplicity Celestial sect? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he saw their robes. He knew they were from the Simplicity Celestial Sect, one of the 3 sects and 2 clans in the profound Nether Mansion's territory. The Simplicity Celestial Sect was definitely ranked in the top 3 grade 7 sects in the profound Nether Mansion's territory. In the profound Nether Mansion's territory, only the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect and the Coupling Celestial Sect were comparable to the profound Nether Mansion's Celestial Sect. Are they from the Cloud Platform Immortal Sect? Soon, Duan Lingtian's attention was attracted by the third group of people. This group of people were all monks wearing kasayas. Furthermore, the kasayas they wore were divided into golden kasayas, silver kasayas, and red kasayas. There was only one old monk wearing a golden kasaya. He looked kind and benevolent, like a holy monk. However, there was an invisible evil aura exuding from his body, giving people a very contradictory feeling. Previously, Duan Lingtian had heard that the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect was a sect of monks, similar to the Blissful Sect in the Borderlands. If a non-monk wanted to enter this sect, they had to be prepared to become a monk. They must be from the Coupling Celestial Sect. In the end, Duan Lingtian shifted his attention to the fourth group of people. This group of people was the most eye-catching among the 5 groups of people. A handsome young man in luxurious robes sat on a luxurious sedan chair. There were 8 people carrying the sedan chair, 4 in the front and 4 at the back. Behind the palanquin he sat in, there were 10 people following him like shadows. 5 of them were women, and 5 of them were men, and all of them were young people with good looks. Apart from the 8 people carrying the sedan chair who were dressed in tight-fitting servant robes, the other 10 people behind the sedan chair were dressed in luxurious robes as well. The Coupling Celestial Sect! Duan Lingtian was still paying attention to this group of people when a low exclamation rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian was very familiar with this voice. He did not even need to turn around to know it was Huang Jialong's voice. Jialong, what are you? Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Jialong. He could not figure out why Huang Jialong would exclaim in such a low voice. Brother Duan, I've lost my composure. Huang Jialong smiled awkwardly when he saw Duan Lingtian looking at him. Then, his eyes lit up as he looked at the people from the Coupling Celestial Sect. I lost my composure because the Coupling Celestial Sect is the sect I want to join the most among the 3 sects and 2 clans, Huang Jialong said. If I'm not mistaken, the person leading the group of people from the Coupling Celestial Sect is behind Ming Feng, the 3rd sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect. There are 3 sect leaders in the Coupling Celestial Sect. Although the 3rd sect leader isn't the strongest among the 3 sect leaders, he's definitely the most talented one. It's said that apart from being the 3rd sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect, he also holds an important position in the profound Nether Mansion. When Huang Jialong reached the end of his sentence, his eyes lit up as he looked at the person leading the group of people from the Coupling Celestial Sect. If I'm not mistaken, the reason you're so eager to join the Coupling Celestial Sect is because of their dual cultivation method, right? Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Jialong with a strange expression on his face as he said, Based on what I know, the Coupling Celestial Sect's dual cultivation method allows a man and a woman to rapidly improve their cultivation base through dual cultivation. If you join the Coupling Celestial Sect, who knows how many women will be defiled by you? Ordinary women won't be able to resist the temptation of the dual cultivation method. Duan Lingtian sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. Brother Duan, your words don't sound nice. What do you mean by defiling? I didn't want them to be cheated by other men, so I tied them to my side in advance. I'm not an irresponsible man. Huang Jialong frowned and said unhappily. All right, you'll be responsible then. Duan Lingtian shook his head and rolled his eyes at Huang Jialong. He did not continue the topic. Instead, he shifted his attention to the 5th group of people. Although Huang Jialong was a playboy, he knew when to stop. He would never use his status or his cultivation base to coerce women. This was one of the reasons Duan Lingtian admired Huang Jialong. Although Huang Jialong was a playboy, he was not a shameless lecher. The 5th group of people were dressed differently. It was obvious they were from another clan in the 3 sects and 2 clans. They're from the Gongyang clan? Duan Lingtian asked. It did not take long before he realized this group of people was from the Gongyang clan, one of the great 7 clans in the 3 sects and 2 clans. So, the group of people I've been paying attention to are from the Zhangsun clan? After a while, Duan Lingtian shifted his attention to the group of people led by a fat middle-aged man. These people were from the Zhangsun clan, another grade 7 clan in the 3 sects and 2 clans. Whoosh! 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 It did not take long before the people from the 3 sects and 2 clans arrived in front of Duan Lingtian and the others and stared at them indifferently. Some of the people who were originally standing close to Duan Lingtian and the others began to move toward Duan Lingtian and the others, opening up a large space for the people from the 3 sects and 2 clans. Sect Leader Bihai, Vice Sect Leader Heng, Vice Sect Leader Zhang, and Elder Gong Yang Yu. How about we send a representative to preside over the opening of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? The fat middle-aged man from the Zhangsun clan asked with a smile as he looked at the leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans. At this moment, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, saw the fat middle-aged man from the Zhangsun clan's attitude when he spoke to the leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans. Among the 4 people from the 3 sects and 2 clans, Bihai Mingfeng, the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, was the most respectful. Or perhaps it would be better to say that he would only show respect when facing Bihai Mingfeng. Moreover, among the 4 leaders of the 3 sects and 1 clan, the first person he greeted was Bihai Mingfeng. The leader of the Zhangsun clan seems to be a little cowardly in front of the leader of the coupling celestial sect. As far as I know, the Zhangsun clan is not much weaker than the coupling celestial sect, right? Not far from Duan Lingtian, a middle-aged man whispered to his companion. They're all leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans. There's no need for him to flatter the leader of the coupling celestial sect, right? Don't tell me you don't know who the leader of the coupling celestial sect is. In response to the middle-aged man's question, his companion looked at him in astonishment. It was as if he was surprised that he would ask such a question. Who is he? The middle-aged man frowned. He really did not know who the leader of the coupling celestial sect was. He's Bihai Mingfeng, the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, the middle-aged man's companion said as he looked at the leader of the coupling celestial sect respectfully. What? The middle-aged man gasped when he heard his companion's words. He's Bihai Mingfeng? The 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect and one of the 10 inspectors of the profound nether mansion? That's him. The middle-aged man's companion nodded. Are you surprised now? I didn't expect him to personally come. The middle-aged man smiled wryly. He's even more terrifying than the 1st sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. Rumor has it that he's even stronger than the 1st sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. It's not just possible, it's definitely stronger than the 1st sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. Otherwise, do you think anyone can become an inspector of the profound nether mansion? After all, there are only 10 inspectors in the profound nether mansion. The middle-aged man's companion said. Both of you. Based on what you're saying, the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect is stronger than the 1st sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. Huan Jialong heard the conversation between the middle-aged man and his companion. He quickly approached the middle-aged man and asked curiously. Although he's very talented, he's not necessarily stronger than the 1st sect leader of the coupling celestial sect due to his young age, right? What you're saying is already old news. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.